Chapter 730. Huang Rong smiled faintly. Now that I'm surrounded by wolves and alone, I have to be careful. If I bring Tang Quobian with me, Your Highness won't have any scruples and you'll immediately send someone to take him away. But how can I know if Tang Quobian is still alive or not? Wan Yanliang sneered. It's impossible for him to be unscathed, Huang Rong said as the people of the Jin Kingdom turned pale. He was poisoned by the famous Western poison. It's already a miracle that he didn't die. Ouyang Feng smiled coldly. How's that brat doing? Thanks to you, Elder Master, Brother Jing can no longer see, Huang Rong said expressionlessly. Ouyang Feng was pleased and laughed. Hee, if it weren't for his strong internal energy, he wouldn't have just lost his sight. Huang Rong ignored him and looked at Wan Yanliang. Your Highness, did you bring the antidote? I did bring the antidote, but Tang Quobian is not here. How can I give it to you? Wan Yanliang said in a low voice. Your Highness, please put yourself in my shoes. If it were you, would you bring him here? Huang Rong answered. But Your Highness, don't worry, I still need him to test the antidote. As long as it's fine, I'll let him go. Wan Yanliang snorted. Hee, how can I know if you'll keep your promise and let him go? Although he wished that Tang Quobian would never come back, with so many people around, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be spies from other forces. He could only pretend to be concerned about Tang Quobian's safety. Huang Rong was silent for a long time before she said, How can I make Your Highness believe me? Wan Yanliang looked Wuji up and down Huang Rong's slender body. He smiled. How about this? I'll give you the antidote and you write down Tang Quobian's location. As the saying goes, give me the money, give me the goods. Huang Rong frowned. How do I know if the antidote is real or fake? That's easy, just give it a try. Wan Yanliang clapped his hands and an imperial bodyguard stepped forward. This prince will have him take Mr. Ouyang's poison and then take the antidote. Whether it's real or fake, we will know at a glance. Hearing that they were going to test the poison on themselves, the guard's expression did not change at all. Huang Rong was secretly shocked. Wan Yanliang looks like a greedy man, but I didn't expect him to be so good at controlling women. No wonder he can turn the Jin court upside down. All right, but I've brought the poison with me. There's no need to trouble Mr. Ouyang. Huang Rong took out a porcelain bottle and collected Guojing's poisonous blood. Wan Yanliang nodded to himself. Huang Rong was indeed very meticulous. She was afraid that they had tampered with the poison. However, he did not intend to make things difficult for her regarding the antidote, so he was not afraid that she would try it. Thus, he agreed with great difficulty. Sure, but how do I know that you did not lie to me when you wrote down the location? You can only choose to believe me, Huang Rong said calmly. Wan Yanliang stared at the beautiful woman in front of him, his face expressionless. After a long time, he relaxed and laughed. Madame Guo is a famous chivalrous woman. I don't think you would lie to me. If that's the case, let's begin. He did not really want to save Tang Quobian. All he needed to do was to show the court that he had tried his best to save him. As for whether Tang Quobian was in Huang Rong's place, he did not care. In fact, he hoped that Huang Rong would lie to him and never save Tang Quobian. Huang Rong seemed to know that he would agree. Without any hesitation, she took out a silver needle and put it into the porcelain bottle. When she took it out again, the needle had turned black. Together with the drop of blood on the tip of the needle, it looked very strange. Although the guard had a strong will, he couldn't help but turn pale at the sight of the strong poison. However, as Wan Yanliang's death warrior, he had no choice but to go to the pavilion and stretch out his hand. He could only pray that his master's antidote would be effective. Huang Rong did not pierce the entire needle into his arm. She only lightly pricked his skin. After all, this poison was extremely potent. The other party did not have a vigorous internal energy like Guojing to resist it. She was afraid that all the needles would pierce his throat. However, even though it was only a small cut on the skin, the guard's entire body trembled. A black aura quickly spread from his arm to his entire body. He could no longer stand, and his entire body curled up on the ground like a cooked shrimp. At first, he was worried about Wang Yanliang's face and tried to suppress his voice. But soon, he could no longer bear the pain and rolled on the ground, howling in pain. Wang Yanliang was unmoved. He waved his hand and ordered his attendants to feed the antidote to the guard. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the guard's condition gradually stabilized. Although he still could not get up, it was obvious that the poison in his body had been neutralized. "Madame Guo, are you relieved now?" Wang Yanliang looked at her calmly. She didn't know why, but Song Qing made Huang Rong flustered, while the man in front of her made her extremely annoyed. Thus, her voice also became colder. "Fine, hand over the antidote and the address." Huang Rong took out a ball of paper from her bosom and placed it in the pavilion. "I'll put the address here. Prince, please throw the antidote over." We agreed to trade at the same time. The surrounding guards voiced their dissatisfaction. Wang Yanliang waved his hand to stop them and smiled. "Beautiful women always have some privileges. Let's do as you wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he casually threw the bottle containing the antidote over. Ouyang Feng, who was standing behind him, saw it clearly. At that moment, he had already changed his mind. He did not give the real antidote bottle to Huang Rong, but instead threw another porcelain bottle that looked exactly the same to her. Ouyang Feng was delighted. It seems that Wang Yanliang is not that stupid. He knows what Guojing means to Xiangyang and has no intention of letting the tiger return to the mountain. He had originally thought that Guojing and Huang Rong would be spared this time. He was extremely dissatisfied, but Wang Yanliang had to care about the interests of the various powers in the court and had to save Tang Quobian, so he could not do anything about it. Now that the truth was out, his dissatisfaction disappeared. Huang Rong did not know about all this. After grabbing the porcelain bottle, she did not rush to leave the pavilion. Instead, she took out the poisonous blood bottle and pretended to pour it on the paper. "All of you, step back 100 steps or I'll destroy this paper." Wang Yanliang smiled. "No problem." He then ordered his subordinates to step back. He thought that he had put on enough of an act and that he could now answer to the various parties involved in the rescue of Tang Quobian. As for Huang Rong, there were guards in a radius of a few miles, surrounding the pavilion so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Where could she escape to? Moreover, it was only 100 steps away. If his subordinates really wanted to catch her, what difference would 100 steps make? Seeing that they had indeed retreated 100 steps as promised, Huang Rong smiled sweetly, tapped the ground with the tips of her toes, and used her light body technique to run away. When Wang Yanliang saw the smile on her face as she left, Wang Yanliang's heart itched and he hastily called out, Quickly catch her for this prince." In his anxiety, his tone was not as polite as usual. Qiu Qianren had already been prepared for a long time. As soon as Wang Yanliang's voice fell, he shot forward like an arrow, chasing after Huang Rong. On the other side, Ouyang Feng was half a step behind. He was different from Qiu Qianren, who was obsessed with fame and wealth. He still had the pride of a great master, so he was somewhat dissatisfied that Wang Yanliang was ordering him around like a subordinate. However, when he thought about the grudge between him and Huang Rong, he hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he still chased after her. Gang leader Qiu's nickname is Iron Palm Drifting on Water. Your Qinggong is truly one of the best in the present age. Murong Bo did not move and stayed by Wang Yanliang's side. Watching Qiu Qianren catch up to Huang Rong, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. In this prince's residence, gang leader Qiu's Qinggong is number 1. Seeing that Huang Rong was about to become his, Wang Yanliang couldn't help but feel proud. Regarding Wang Yanliang's evaluation, Murong Bo noncommittally smiled and continued to observe the situation with his hands clasped behind his back. Seeing that Huang Rong was getting closer and closer, Qiu Qianren's heart was getting hotter and hotter. In fact, he had been very depressed these past few days. He had been relying on Wanyan Liang for a long time and had always been treated as an honored guest. However, as the number of experts under Wanyan Liang's command increased, he was keenly aware that Wanyan Liang was no longer as enthusiastic towards him as before. Although iron palm drifting on water could be considered to be illustrious and famous in Jianghu, Qiu Qianren clearly knew that compared to Western poison Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo, who gave him a taste of his own medicine, his reputation was still somewhat lacking. Worried that his position in the prince's mansion would be marginalized, he had been racking his brains to find a solution. Wanyan Liang's feelings towards Huang Rong made him see hope. He was clear that as long as he captured Huang Rong and sent her to him, in the future, every time Wanyan Liang galloped on Huang Rong's body, he would remember how good he was. That way, his position in the prince's residence would also rise, and he would definitely be able to suppress Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo. With this motivation, Qiu Qianren felt that his qin gong today was 3 times faster than usual. "Smelly girl, stay here for this old man." Qiu Qianren grinned fiendishly. His whole body was like a rock spreading its wings, and he stretched out his hand to grab Huang Rong's shoulder. In the distance, Wanyan Liang suddenly felt a faint uneasiness in his heart. Huang Rong didn't escape in another direction as he had expected. Instead, she chose to escape into that mountain. Could it be that she didn't know that although that mountain looked big, its peak was a dangerous place? She shouldn't know. Wanyan Liang comforted himself. After all, he only knew about it after checking the county's map. At this time, a sudden change occurred in the distance. When Qiu Qianren saw that he was about to catch Huang Rong, a black shadow suddenly sprang out from a dense tree nearby. Like an aureole behind, a palm struck towards Qiu Qianren's back. Qiu Qianren was immediately scared out of his wit. The opposite party's palm had yet to arrive, but the strong wind that came from it had already made it difficult for him to breathe. At this time, how could he still take care of Huang Rong? He hastily turned around and used his iron palm to meet that person. Chapter 731. Qiu Qianren was famous for his iron palms. In terms of palm strength, he was only slightly inferior to the beggar clan's 18 dragons subduing palms and Shaolin's Prajna palm. Even though he was in a hurry, he was still confident that he could force his opponent back with one palm. By then, Western poison Ouyang Feng would have arrived. With the two of them working together, even Wang Chongyang would have to retreat. When the two palms met, Qiu Qianren felt that his strength was like a clay ox entering the sea. It was as if there was nothing there. He could not help but be shocked. His full strength hit nothing but air. His chest was immediately shaken by his own inner strength. Qiu Qianren did not expect his opponent to come at him with such a frightening momentum. His palm strength was actually Su Jing, causing him to instantly suffer internal injuries. However, he had no time to regret. His years of roaming Jianghu made him instinctively dodge to the side. While he was in midair, he was able to use the strength of his waist to move a few feet horizontally. If it was any other time, Qiu Qianren would definitely be proud of this move of his. Looking at the whole world, the number of Qinggong experts who could have such beautiful moves could be counted on one hand. However, Qiu Qianren could not be proud because he found that his opponent did not hit nothing because of his dodging. His opponent's palm was like a maggot in a tarsal bone. Qiu Qianren took a deep breath and put his palms in front of his chest. In a hurry, he made a defensive move. With his cultivation, he did not seek to repel the enemy, only to protect himself. This move could be said to be impeccable. Who knew that the palm would break through his defense from an unbelievable angle? It seemed slow and leisurely, but in the next moment it gently pressed against his chest. Qiu Qianren felt like he was struck by lightning. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. Fortunately, His decades of cultivation were not for nothing. In a hurry, he managed to avoid being hit in his vitals, so he did not die on the spot. However, all his meridians were torn and his chi was in turmoil. He would not be able to fight for at least a few months. The whole process seemed to take a long time, but it actually happened in a flash. Ouyang Feng was only a stone's throw behind Qiu Qianren, but by the time he arrived, Qiu Qianren had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries. Ouyang Feng was also very experienced. Without any hesitation, he did not even look at Qiu Qianren. He used the toting skill to attack the black shadow. Ouyang Feng was also very experienced. Without any hesitation, he did not even look at Qiu Qianren and used the toting stance to attack the black shadow. Pound, 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 pound him. However, Ouyang Feng could not bring himself to be happy. He had only taken advantage of the time when his opponent had severely injured Qiu Qianren and had yet to recover his strength to gain the upper hand. However, this upper hand could not be turned into victory. The two of them exchanged more than 10 moves in a flash. With Ouyang Feng's internal energy and the advantage he had gained from the beginning, every move he made was an incomparably swift and fierce killing move. If it had been anyone else, their life would have been hanging by a thread. However, Ouyang Feng was able to use some exquisite moves to resolve the dangerous situation. Later on, he even gradually turned the tide. Taking advantage of the moment when his palms met with Ouyang Feng's, his entire body floated back several feet, ensuring that the two of them maintained a safe distance. Ouyang Feng did not continue to attack. His opponent's martial arts were very high. With his strength alone, it would be very difficult for him to stop his opponent. But at this time, Wanyan Liang's bodyguards had already caught up. They drew their bows and surrounded their opponent. Murong Bo saw that the situation had changed and also rushed over. Ouyang Feng finally had the opportunity to size up his opponent. He was wearing a green robe, tall and straight. Even though he was wearing a mask, it was still difficult to hide his imposing appearance. Huang Rong was behind him, leaning on him like a bird. If it wasn't for the fact that everyone knew that Guojing was poisoned, it would be impossible for him to appear here. Looking at the intimacy between the two of them, it was really a good match. Song Qinshu. Ouyang Feng was secretly surprised. He was afraid that he was the only one who could recognize his opponent. But he was also somewhat uncertain. How did this bastard's martial arts become so high? Ouyang Feng had fought with Song Qinshu many times, so he was very familiar with his martial arts. Whether it was the 18 dragons subduing palms or swordplay, he was not unfamiliar with them. But when they fought just now, Ouyang Feng could not recognize the origin of his opponent's move. Every time, it was an ordinary palm or a simple kick, but it was able to turn something rotten into something magical and dissolve his fierce attacks. Who are you? Why do you ruin this prince's plans time and time again? Seeing Huang Rong intimately leaning on his side, Wanyan Liang suddenly felt as if his private property was being enjoyed by someone else. His face instantly became gloomy. I am Lu Feng, the 4 eyebrows Lu Feng. In my life, I like wine and beautiful women. At the same time, I also like to take care of the world's injustices. Now that Song Qinshu was the leader of an independent territory, his words and actions had to have an impact on the Golden Snake Battalion. Now that the Golden Snake Battalion was on the rise, it was time for them to accumulate strength. There was no need to provoke the Jin Kingdom, so he put on a mask and used a character from his previous life's wuxia novels as an alias. Hearing him call himself a beautiful woman, Huang Rong secretly spat. This scoundrel doesn't forget his true nature even when he's in disguise. 4 eyebrows, Lu Feng? Wanyan Liang frowned and looked at Murong Bo beside him. Mr. Murong, is there such a person in Jianghu? Murong Bo shook his head. Perhaps this old man is ignorant and inexperienced. I really can't think of any sect in Jianghu that has such an expert. The Murong family knows all the martial arts in the world. Since Mr. Murong doesn't have such an expert, then there definitely isn't one. I also don't know which expert is deliberately using an alias to oppose this prince. Wang Yanliang was extremely angry. He waved his hand and the imperial guards under him all pulled their bowstrings, waiting for his order to release thousands of arrows. No matter who you are, those who offend this prince will never have a good ending. If you surrender and swear to be loyal to this prince may let you live. If you don't know what's good for you, this prince will immediately let you die with thousands of arrows piercing your heart. Although the other side showed that he was a super expert who was not inferior to Ouyang Feng, Wang Yanliang didn't care too much. If martial arts experts were really that powerful, then wouldn't all the emperors and high officials be martial arts experts? Although these martial arts experts had limitless fame in Jianghu, when faced with a regular army, they would be surrounded by swords, spears, swords, and halberds. No matter how skilled they were, they wouldn't be able to completely dodge all of the attack. They didn't even need to use their internal strength or external strength. Even if it was some great master-level experts, unless they had a special skill like Ouyang Feng's poison control, Wang Yanliang was confident that his 1,000 men would be able to kill any expert. Of course, these martial arts experts weren't completely useless. If they were used well, they could have a miraculous effect in many areas, such as assassination, intelligence gathering, bodyguard, and so on. Chapter 732. Hearing this, Wang Yanliang felt like his lungs were about to explode. He was second only to one person in the Jin Kingdom. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He waved his hand and the surrounding guards received the order. Immediately, the sky full of arrows rained down on the enemy. There were not many of these guards, only less than 100 of them. However, they were very good at shooting arrows. They did not shoot arrows at the same time. Instead, they released their bowstrings in several batches. Each batch was deliberately delayed by a breath's time. By the time the last batch finished shooting, the previous batches had already reloaded their bowstrings. The cycle repeated itself. The entire process was seamless, and the arrows shot by dozens of people were like thousands of soldiers and horses. Huang Rong could not help but cover her mouth as she watched the rain of arrows. Even though she knew that Song Qinshu was highly skilled in martial arts, she was afraid that they would not be able to survive such a dense barrage of arrows. Looking at the momentum of the rain of arrows, Song Qinshu secretly praised the Lady Jinren for being as brave and skillful in battle as the Mongolians. Her horsemanship and archery skills were simply breathtaking. Hearing Huang Rong's cry of surprise, Wang Yanliang remembered that she was still behind that person. If this round of arrows rained down, wouldn't this stunning beauty be shot into a hedgehog? When he thought about how he had not even had the chance to kiss her, Wang Yanliang was filled with regret. However, the arrows had already been shot and it was too late to say anything. Suddenly, Wang Yanliang's eyes widened. The scene in front of him was beyond his common sense. He saw that person holding Huang Rong casually take a step back. Then, a sky full of arrows rained down on the spot where he had just been standing. The people who shot the arrows were all expert. They did not only shoot at the spot where he had been standing, but at the same time, they also sealed off all his escape route. Thus, most of the arrows followed him. However, the strangest thing was that the arrowheads were only one step away from the man, but this one step seemed to be endless. The rapidly flying arrows suddenly slowed down and approached the man like a snail. At this speed, even a tortoise would not be able to hit it. Wang Yanliang's imperial bodyguards were all elite soldiers, and they all carried 100 pickle bow with them. To an ordinary person, an arrow shot from such a bow would be as fast as a shooting star. Even a highly skilled fighter would only be able to see a flash of black light before the arrow hit a vital point. How could the rain of arrows, which had always been successful, be as slow as a snail? Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo's eyes flickered as they watched. How did he do all this? Could it be that he has set up a protective qi wall in front of him? Impossible. How can there be a chi wall that is one step away from the body? Even if there is, it can't block the arrows of these strong bows. They didn't have much time to think because the man moved again. He took a step in the direction of the rain of arrows. This made Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo even more confused. He has already blocked the rain of arrows, so why did he take the initiative to run into them? Wanyan Liang's face was full of joy. This man's brain must be damaged. He actually took the initiative to run into the arrows. Ha 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 ha. However, his smile quickly froze on his face, because the scene of 10,000 arrows piercing their hearts didn't appear. That's not right. The arrows had indeed pierced through the man's body, and even Huang Rong's body had been pierced. However, there wasn't a single drop of blood on their bodies. After the arrows pierced through their bodies, they immediately returned to their normal speed. With a whooshing sound, they shot into the forest behind them. Some of the small trees couldn't withstand the power of the arrows and were destroyed. However, the two people who had been pierced were still standing there, unharmed. What kind of demonic technique is this? Not to mention Wanyan Liang's face was full of fear. The others were also in an uproar. Was this man a monster or a god? At this moment, Huang Rong's body was weak, and she couldn't even stand steadily. Her whole body could be said to be nestled in Song Qingshu's embrace. Just now, when she was embraced by Song Qingshu and faced the rain of arrows, her first reaction was that Song Qingshu had gone crazy. She thought that she would definitely die this time. She could only watch helplessly as countless arrows pierced through her body, but she didn't feel any pain at all. When she came back to her senses, the two of them were still standing there, unharmed. It was as if the two of them had never left. Song Qingshu faintly smiled and looked at Wanyan Liang. Do you still think that I can't kill you now? Wanyan Liang finally came back to his senses and hastily shouted, Mr. Ouyang, Mr. Murong, kill him for this prince? Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo looked at each other and saw the fear and shock in each other's eyes. However, the two of them were after all the top figures in the martial arts world, so they didn't lose their fighting spirit like ordinary soldiers. Especially Ouyang Feng. He knew that his opponent was Song Qingshu. He absolutely didn't believe that Song Qingshu's martial arts were so much higher than his. Just a moment ago, Song Qingshu must have used some kind of camouflage technique that he didn't know about. In order to confirm his thoughts, Ouyang Feng let out a loud roar and pounced towards Song Qingshu. On the other side, Murong Bo frowned. Murong Bo felt that this person was really unfathomable, but he knew that if he didn't even dare to make a move today, then perhaps he wouldn't be able to make any progress in his martial arts in the future. Therefore, after hesitating for a moment, he also followed Ouyang Feng and attacked. Although he didn't know Song Qingshu's identity like Ouyang Feng did, he was still full of confidence. Because in his opinion, if he joined hands with the Western poison Ouyang Feng, then no matter how high the opponent's martial arts were, it wouldn't matter. Seeing the two of them pouncing towards him at the same time, Song Qingshu secretly groaned, "This time I'm going to be struck by lightning." It turned out that although he seemed to be casually retreating and advancing, it actually consumed a lot of his internal energy. Now, he didn't even have 10% of his normal internal energy. Originally, he wanted to learn from Zhuge Liang and use the empty city stratagem to scare these people away, but who would have thought that these two hotheads would come? However, Song Qingshu didn't regret his decision. When he was facing the rain of arrows just now, he actually had other simple methods to avoid them. It was just that he had spent a lot of time with Zhang Sanfeng and listened to his teachings. Moreover, these days when he was intimate with Huang Rong, he was able to absorb the extremely rich spiritual energy from her body. This made him feel like he was about to make a breakthrough. In his previous life, he had read a web novel where he had a deep impression of a person named White River, especially his theory of man in a painting. Almost all the experts in the world were in a painting, and no matter how powerful they were, they wouldn't be able to injure someone who had already jumped out of the painting, as his martial arts became more and more advanced, Song Qingshu often thought about these things that seemed incomparably illusory in the past. Just now, when he was facing the sky full of arrows, he suddenly had a whim, and that was why he was able to retreat and advance. What man in a painting or not? It's just that the space is different. Song Qingshu faintly felt that he could see the door of the law of space from afar, but after thinking about it carefully, he was confused. He could only see the door from afar, and hadn't even touched the doorstep yet. Song Qingshu was anxious to carefully understand the mysteries of that retreat and advance, so he didn't have the time to fight with Ouyang Feng and the others. Moreover, in his current state, he couldn't even deal with one of them, let alone the two of them working together. Thus, he hugged Huang Rong's waist and laughed. "A beautiful woman has an appointment, so forgive me for not being able to keep you company." By the time he said the last word, he was already more than 10 feet away. Murong Bo and Ouyang Feng were very experienced, and from the sound of his laughter, they could immediately tell that he didn't have enough xinqi. How could they let go of this heaven-sent opportunity? Without waiting for Wan Yanliang's order, they ran up the mountain one after the other. Seeing the other party run up the mountain, Wan Yanliang's face darkened and he laughed. "Hee, this mountain is a dangerous place. I want to see where you can run to." After saying this, he called for his guards to chase after them. Chapter 733. Huang Rong could feel that Song Qing's breathing was irregular and not as relaxed as usual. She asked worriedly, What's wrong?" Song Qing laughed bitterly. "I overexerted myself and now my internal energy is almost depleted." Huang Rong exclaimed, but she quickly noticed that Song Qing's face did not look serious. She asked curiously, "Why aren't you worried at all?" "Why should I be worried?" Song Qing laughed casually. "Although I can't beat them now, they might not be able to catch me either. If you ran alone, they wouldn't be able to catch you. But if you took me with you, that might not be the case." Huang Rong sighed. "Rong you don't need to test me. How could I leave you behind to escape?" Song Qing replied in a low voice. Huang Rong spat. "Who's testing you? Of course I know you won't leave me behind. How could you bear to let Wanyan Liang catch me?" As she spoke, her voice became inaudible. "Of course I can't bear to." Song Qing laughed. Huang Rong blushed and turned her face away. She subconsciously wrapped her arms around his neck to lighten his burden. After an unknown amount of time, Huang Rong could see Ouyang Feng and the others trailing far behind them. Not only had they not been shaken off, but they were also getting closer and closer. Just as she was worrying, she suddenly noticed that Song Qing had stopped. Hastily turning her head, she couldn't help but be scared out of her wits. The two of them were standing on the edge of a cliff, and as far as the eye could see, there seemed to be no way out. "Am I really going to die here today?" Huang Rong would rather die than fall into Wan Yanliang's hands. However, she quickly realized that something was wrong. Song Qing's expression was too calm, as if he did not care about the situation in front of him. "Did you choose this place to escape on purpose?" Huang Rong suddenly remembered that the whole plan was designed by Song Qing. It was impossible that he didn't know that this was a dangerous place. Although she really couldn't think of any other way to escape, she didn't know why. When she thought of the miracles Song Qing had accomplished, she felt at ease. "Rong do you believe me?" Song Qing asked in a low voice. Huang Rong blushed and suddenly became bashful. "You bastard, you are shameless. Not many of your words can be trusted." Song Qing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What are you thinking? I'm asking if you believe that I won't harm you." Only then did Huang Rong realize that she had misunderstood. She couldn't help but blush. "Xiang, Zion. That's good." Song Qing breathed a sigh of relief. "Do what I tell you later. Don't hesitate. Now that you have nowhere to go and there are pursuers behind you, what plan do you have to escape?" Huang Rong was filled with curiosity. Song Qing smiled mysteriously and did not explain. Instead, he said something irrelevant. If it wasn't for the danger zone, how could he have shaken off the pursuers so easily? Huang Rong didn't have the time to digest the meaning of Song Qing's words when Ouyang Feng and Murong Bo, two people, had already caught up with them. The two of them didn't rush forward. Instead, they stopped several zhang away from Song Qing and Huang Rong. Hee, stinking brat, you have nowhere to run. As long as you hand over Huang Rong, this old man can guarantee your safety. After chasing for so long, Ouyang Feng could see that Song Qing seemed to be very weak. He absolutely couldn't block his and Murong Bo's joint attack. After all, he and Song Qing had a good friendship. The only reason why the two of them fought was because of Huang Rong. One wanted to get rid of her, while the other wanted to protect her. Both of them knew this, so Song Qing didn't blame Ouyang Feng. Ouyang Feng also tacitly didn't reveal Song Qing's identity to the Jin Kingdom. On the other side, Murong Bo slightly frowned. He thought that this person had just offended Wan Yanliang. If he really fell into our hands, how could Wan Yanliang spare his life? It was impossible for Ouyang Feng not to know this. Could it be that he said this to break the other party's fighting spirit? Murong Bo quickly found a reasonable explanation, but he didn't know that Ouyang Feng's words were sincere. Many thanks for Mr. Ouyang's good intentions, but I and Madame Guo are brought together by fate. How can I not save her? Song Qing shook his head. Lust is like a knife above your head. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why waste it on a married woman? Ouyang Feng also saw the abnormality between the two of them. However, Huang Rong had always been clean, so he didn't think that the two of them had already done something that violated etiquette. He only thought that Song Qing had been bewitched by Huang Rong's beauty. When he thought about how Ouyang Ku had also been bewitched by Huang Rong and lost his life, Ouyang Feng's complexion became even more unsightly. The words, married woman, were like a sharp knife stabbing into Huang Rong's heart. Her complexion suddenly became incomparably pale. Song Qing lightly patted her shoulder and loudly said, Mr. Ouyang's words are wrong. Madame Guo is a rare fairy in this world. How can an ordinary woman compare to her? Being praised by a young man who was several years younger than her, Huang Rong couldn't help but feel extremely bashful. She quietly glanced at Song Qing's face and thought that since he was so good at pleasing women, it was no wonder that he had so many close female friends. Clap, clap, clap. A round of applause could be heard. Wan Yanliang, who had just rushed over, heard Song Qing's evaluation and could not help but praise. Your words are very much to my liking. If not for the fact that we are enemies, I would really like to drink with you. Forget it, Song Qing waved his hand. Who would befriend someone like you? His wife would be in danger. I've long heard that your highness has a special hobby in this area. I don't want to be the victim. Hearing Song Qing's sarcastic remarks about Wan Yanliang, Huang Rong couldn't help but roll her eyes. Her heart was filled with hatred. You speak as if you don't have this special hobby. Noticing the strange look in his subordinate's eyes, Wan Yanliang immediately became angry. I gave you face, but you don't want it. Men, come and chop this madman into minced meat. Yes, your highness. Although Song Qing's performance had shocked the world, Wan Yanliang's army was very strict and these imperial bodyguards were the best of the best. Although they were somewhat afraid, they still resolutely carried out the order. They formed a formation and slowly closed in on the two. It's a pity that your wish won't come true. Song Qing smiled and took out something from under a nearby boulder. A kite? Huang Rong was shocked when she saw the shape of the object in his hand. This isn't a kite, it's a hang glider, Song Qing corrected. A hang glider? Huang Rong was confused. She had never heard of such a thing. On the other side, Wan Yanliang laughed wildly. Could it be that you want to use this kite to fly down the cliff? Haha, that's the biggest joke in the world. Can a kite support a person's weight? Even a 3-year-old would know that. Ha ha. Uncultured people are really scary. Song Qing curled his lips in disdain and turned to look at Huang Rong. Rong, do you believe me? Actually, Huang Rong's thoughts were not much different from Wan Yanliang's, but when she saw Song Qing's clear and confident eyes, she subconsciously nodded her head. I believe you. Good, then hold on tight. Song Qing held Huang Rong's hands and held onto the hang glider's tripod. Then, they rushed down a steep slope of the cliff. Ah! Seeing Song Qing pull her down the cliff, Huang Rong was so frightened that she closed her eyes and screamed. Hey, 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 if you keep screaming I'm going to go deaf. You're the leader of the beggar sect. How can your reaction be the same as Shan Ro's? At this time, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in their ears. Chapter 734. Huang Rong trembled as she opened her eyes. Not only did she not fall off the cliff, but she was also flying steadily in the air. She was stunned. This. Do you feel that my image has become much more imposing? Do you want to ask how I did it? Song Qingshu looked at her proudly. Huang Rong was indeed about to ask him how he did it, but after hearing his words, she was too embarrassed to ask. She suddenly had an idea and asked another question. Who is Shan Ro? Song Qingshu held his breath and said gloomily, Why don't you play by the rules? Huang Rong's eyes flashed with a hint of craftiness. This name sounds like a woman's name. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell Miss Zhou and the 9th princess about it? You go and tell them. When the time comes, remember to tell them that you have become their sister. Song Qingshu chuckled. Shameless. Huang Rong blushed and spat, but she was not really angry. Song Qingshu then turned to look at Wan Yanliang and the others on the cliff. He could not help but laugh. Your Highness's inescapable trap is nothing more than this. As the saying goes, Hai Ling's brilliant plan to bring peace to the world has resulted in a double loss. As he said this, he proudly kissed Huang Rong on the cheek. Wan Yanliang, who was already determined to win Huang Rong's heart, was furious. Ouyang Feng, who knew Song Qingshu's identity, was also dumbfounded. He actually kissed Huang Rong, and from Huang Rong's reaction, she did not seem to be angry. Ouyang Feng's anger gradually turned to joy, and a strange smile appeared on his face. Although Huang Rong had escaped this time, the antidote she had obtained was fake. If Guo Jing had taken it, he would have died on the spot. As for Huang Rong, that damned girl, it seemed that something had happened between her and Song Qingshu. It seems that my last trip to the Golden Snake Camp was really an accident. When Ouyang Feng thought of his two great enemies, Guo Jing and Huang Rong, one dead and the other losing her chastity, he felt as if all the depression he had accumulated over the past 10 years had been swept away. He wanted to let out a long roar to vent his anger, but when he saw Wan Yanliang's dark expression, he wisely chose not to provoke him. Huang Rong didn't expect Song Qingshu to kiss her in front of so many people. She was ashamed and angry. How can you do this? Song Qingshu moved closer to her ear and whispered. We've already done that. Can't we even kiss? Huang Rong gradually got used to his bold words and couldn't help but say angrily, You promised me that you wouldn't expose our relationship in front of outsiders. Song Qingshu said disapprovingly, Anyway, I'm wearing a mask and no one knows who I am. All right, there aren't many opportunities to look at the mountains and rivers from the sky. You might as well cherish your time and enjoy it. Huang Rong originally wanted to say something, but after being reminded by him, she noticed the beautiful scenery below. Even though she knew lightness skills, she had never flown in the sky like this before. Her attention was quickly drawn to the unique scenery. Back in Khoresm in the western region, Brother Jing used a cowhide to bring his troops down from the sky. At that time, I was very proud of this idea, but compared to Song Qingshu's kite, it's not even worth mentioning. Huang Rong thought back to the past and what she was experiencing today. For a moment, she was a little dazed. Huang Rong wasn't the only one who was lost in thought. Song Qingshu couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. This scene reminded him of the time when he and Dongfang Mushue had flown on the Blackwood Cliff. The reason why he didn't use the sword kinesis flight this time was that it was too dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his sword would be destroyed and he would die. Even though he had succeeded once, the thrill of walking on the edge of life and death made him not want to try it again. Back at Blackwood Cliff, he had no choice but to jump down. Now that he had enough time to prepare, there was no need for him to take the risk. Furthermore, the reason why he could successfully fly on the Blackwood Cliff was that the cliff was high enough for him to fly at a high speed. Now that the cliff didn't have that condition, the two of them would probably fall to the ground and die before they reached the critical speed. As for the production of the glider, it wasn't that difficult with the experience from his previous life. The only thing he had to pay attention to was that he had to take off against the wind. Of course, this was something that Song Qinshu had done previously. Smelling a faint fragrance from Huang Rong, Song Qinshu moved his head closer to her cheek. "Rong-er, do you feel very romantic now?" "What's romantic?" Huang Rong asked doubtfully. Song Qinshu was speechless for a while and had to explain patiently. "Romantic is to make your girl's heart burst, full of poetry and fantasy. Is your heart beating faster now, your body is hot, and you have a faint feeling for me?" "Bah, in your dreams." Huang Rong snorted, but her heart was at a loss. Now her heart was indeed beating faster. Was this the feeling of being moved? Seeing Huang Rong's confused look, Song Qinshu secretly felt proud. "Am I too shameless? Of course, the extreme sport of the glider will make my heart beat faster." Then, I used the suspension bridge effect to make Huang Rong have the illusion of being moved. Oh, I'm really a genius. Huang Rong finally woke up from the confusion. Song Qinshu began to touch her, and she had to wake up. "You? What are you doing?" "I'm full of reluctance when I think that we're going to be separated soon." Song Qinshu sighed. Huang Rong's matter here was over, so there was no reason to continue to stay. Huang Rong bit her lip and said angrily, "The way you express your reluctance is to put your hand under my clothes." "Yes." Song Qinshu was not ashamed at all when his little trick was exposed. "How romantic it is to make out in this vast sky." "Woo-woo." Huang Rong still wanted to say something, but unfortunately, her red lips were sealed tightly, and she could not say a word. Huang Rong's body was stiff at first, and it didn't take long for her to soften. When he hugged her, it was so soft that it made his heart beat faster. After a long time, Huang Rong opened her eyes and found that the two of them were getting closer and closer to the ground. She hurriedly pushed Song Qinshu and said, "Stop it. Be careful not to be seen. Who can see in this barren mountain?" Song Qinshu did not care and continued to explore her chest. Unexpectedly, as soon as he said this, there was a sudden sharp sound of air breaking. Song Qinshu was shocked and hurriedly operated the glider to dodge to the side. Although he avoided the attack, the glider was not so lucky. There was a small hole in it, and he didn't know what kind of hidden weapon had shot it. Song Qinshu could no longer maintain his balance. The glider suddenly swayed and fell into the woods. Fortunately, it was not too high from the ground. With Song Qinshu's qinggong and the woods as a buffer, he and Huang Rong were not hurt. Chapter 735. One of them had white hair and a youthful face. Although his hair was white, his skin was as smooth as a baby's, without a single wrinkle. He stood there casually, his eyes darting around. He didn't have any of the steadiness of an old man, but rather like a child. The other person had a lean appearance and was tall and thin. He was dressed in straight green clothes and wore a square scarf of the same color on his head. He looked like a scholar. Song Qinshu glanced at him and praised him in his heart. He is graceful and elegant. He must have been a handsome man who charmed thousands of girls when he was young. Huang Rong clearly saw the appearance of the two people, especially the scholar's face. She was so scared that her face turned white. She subconsciously pushed Song Qinshu. With outsiders present, Song Qingshu also realized that his actions were somewhat inappropriate. He hurriedly withdrew his hand from Huang Rong's clothes and looked at the two people in front of him with a solemn expression. I don't know the two of you. How have I offended the two of you? He could naturally see that the two people in front of him were experts no weaker than Western poison Ouyang Feng. Thus, he changed his arrogance from before. He didn't want to offend two top experts for no reason. The white-haired old man moved to the side and pointed at the scholar. The one whose sneak attacked you just now was him. It has nothing to do with me. The scholar's face was so gloomy. He ignored Song Qingshu's question and only quietly looked at Huang Rong. Rong did this pervert bully you? Huang Rong's face paled. At this moment, her emotions were extremely complicated. She didn't know whether she should answer or not, so her whole body froze. Song Qingshu's expression suddenly became very interesting. Only now did he notice that the handsome scholar's appearance seemed to be somewhat similar to Huang Rong's. When he thought about the hidden weapon that flew like a flying rock, he couldn't help but rub his forehead and sigh in his heart. It can't be such a coincidence, Senior. I'm afraid this is a misunderstanding. How could Song Qingshu not know who the person in front of him was? He was about to explain when he was interrupted. Shut up. Shameless perverted thief, you dare to bully Rong? How can I let you live in this world? As soon as he finished speaking, he pounced towards Song Qingshu, and his first move was an extremely powerful killing move. Song Qingshu only had less than 10% of his strength left. He knew very well that he was not this person's match. His best strategy was to use Huang Rong as a hostage so that Huang Yaoshe would not dare to attack. But he could not do such a despicable thing. He had no choice but to brace himself and face the opponent's storm-like attack. The old man didn't join the battle. Instead, he ran to Huang Rong's side and started to look at the damaged glider out of curiosity. After circling the glider for a few times, he even poked the canvas on the glider with his finger from time to time as he clicked his tongue. Seeing that Song Qingshu was surrounded by danger, Huang Rong's heart was anxious and at a loss. Once upon a time, she wished that she could tear this bastard's body into 10,000 pieces. But now that he was about to die, she couldn't be happy. While she was deep in thought, she suddenly felt someone tugging at her sleeve. She turned around and saw the old man with white hair and a youthful face looking at her with an expectant expression. Rong, do you know how this thing can fly into the sky? Huang Rong didn't have the time to think about this matter at this time. She casually shook her head and said, I don't know. Then she focused on the situation on the field. Hearing Huang Rong's answer, the old man suddenly revealed a look of disappointment. But then he turned his eyes to Song Qingshu, who was surrounded by danger, and asked, Little brother, how does this thing fly into the sky? Can you teach me? Song Qingshu was shocked and angry at the same time. Right now, he was like a small boat in a stormy sea that could capsize at any time. How could he have the energy to answer such a boring question? How could he do anything about the old man's persistent questions? Eventually, he lost his patience and casually replied, Why should I teach you? That's right, why should you teach me? If I had such a magical ability, I wouldn't be willing to teach it to others. The old man was not angry at all. Instead, he quite agreed with Huang Rong. But when he thought that this thing could fly people into the sky, he felt an itch in his heart. But he couldn't think of any reason for the old man to teach him. He couldn't help but anxiously scratch his head, making his messy white hair look like a chicken's nest. I've got it. The old man's eyes lit up and he immediately said with a smile, Little brother, I think you won't be able to hold out much longer against old heretic Huang. How about this, you teach me how to fly and I'll help you stop him. Song Qingshu's heart was moved, but before he could open his mouth, he heard Huang Yaoshe angrily say, Old urchin, this person is bullying Rong. If you dare to save her, I won't rest until one of us is dead. So it's the old urchin, Zhou Batong. Song Qingshu suddenly understood. No wonder he felt so familiar. It was exactly the same as the description in the original work. The old urchin pulled his hair awkwardly and said, "This is really difficult for me. Little brother, why do you want to bully Rong? You should know that the most boring thing in the world are women." Song Qingshu's heart suddenly moved. What he lacked the most right now was time. As long as he had enough time to recover his strength, he would not need to fear Huang Yaoshi. This old urchin was naive and romantic. Perhaps he could use this to escape. "Old urchin, as long as you help me stop Huang Yaoshi for the time it takes for 3 sticks of incense to burn, I'll tell you how to fly this thing. Then you'll be able to soar freely in the sky." Hearing Song Qingshu's promise, the old urchin was greatly moved. Huang Yaoshi, who had been paying attention to his reaction, became angry and said, "Old urchin, Rong is not only my daughter but also the wife of your sworn brother, Guojing. Are you going to help an outsider bully her?" The old urchin knew what he said was very reasonable, but he was reluctant to let go of this flying thing. For a moment, he was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Finally, his curiosity won out and he laughed awkwardly. "Old heretic Huang, with your lightness kung fu, what's wrong with letting him run for the time it takes for 3 sticks of incense to burn? Don't tell me you can't catch up with him? If worst comes to worst, I'll help you chase after him. In the past, I chased the iron palm on the water Qiu Qianren from Jiangnan to the desert for more than 10,000 li. In this world, there's no one I can't catch up with." Huang Yaoshi snorted coldly. "If it were any other matter, I would agree, but this matter is not negotiable." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, and a small spotted snake flew toward the old urchin. The old urchin was so scared that he screamed, "Ah! Snake! Snake!" The old urchin is most afraid of snakes. Seeing the old urchin being forced into a panic by a small spotted snake, it was obvious that he did not have the strength to stop Huang Yaoshi. Huang Rong suddenly bit her lips as if she had made up her mind. Her body flashed and she rushed toward Song Qingshu before Huang Yaoshi could. "Pervert, I'm going to kill you." Although Song Qingshu's power was less than 10%, it was still not a problem for him to deal with Huang Rong. But he was afraid of hurting her, so he smiled bitterly in her ear and said, "Rong as the saying goes, a day together means 100 days of kindness. You changed your attitude too fast." Huang Rong's cheeks turned red and she said in a low voice, "Look at the situation and you're still talking nonsense. Aren't you going to seize this opportunity to take me hostage?" Song Qingshu was a quick-witted man and reacted in a flash. He pulled her arm and held her in his bosom. Huang Yaoshi's palm was about to hit him, so he hastily withdrew his attack and leaped to the side. Song Qingshu smiled and pushed Huang Rong toward him. "Thank you for your mercy, Eastern heretic. We'll meet again someday." His voice had barely faded when he appeared several dozen feet away. Chapter 736. The two of them left one after the other. Huang Yaoshi did not chase after them. He just stood there with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. "Father," Huang Rong called out with a guilty conscience. Huang Yaoshi casually replied. "Are you hurt?" No. Huang Rong hurriedly replied. Then, silence fell. In the end, Huang Rong could not stand this strange atmosphere. She was the first to break the silence. "Father, why are you and Zhou Batong here?" Huang Yaoshi frowned and lightly replied, "I travel around the world. When I passed by Kaifeng, I heard that you and Jing were in danger. I wanted to come and take a look. On the way, I bumped into Zhou Batong. He was also pestering me to come, so I bumped into you." Huang Rong's face reddened. Her eyes evaded his gaze. "Unfortunately, that bastard ran away." "Is that so?" Huang Yaoshi gave a noncommittal humph, and looked at her thoughtfully. Huang Rong felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She smiled awkwardly. "Father, Why are you looking at Rong with such a strange expression? Huang Yaoshi faintly sighed. Rong why did you deliberately let him go? Ah! Huang Rong's expression changed. Father, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Do you want to play dumb with me? Huang Yaoshi frowned. If you didn't deliberately protect him, I would have killed him. You think too much. Huang Rong bit her lips. She was a married woman. If others heard that she was protecting another man, it would not be good. Even if it was her father, she did not want to tell the truth. Is that so? A trace of anger flashed across Huang Yaoshi's face. If I was thinking too much just now, then when the two of you were in the sky, that man reached his hand into your clothes, but you didn't resist at all. Was I thinking too much? Huang Rong was speechless. She lowered her head and pulled at the hem of her clothes. She stared at her toes in silence. Huang Yaoshi sighed. Rong although I don't like that silly boy as a son-in-law, you are his wife. How could you do such a thing? If I hadn't taken the initiative and said that you were being bullied, I'm afraid that even Zhou Badong, that ignorant old fellow, would have seen through it. Father, it's not what you think. Rong Huang Rong wanted to say that she didn't want to do anything to let Brother Jing down, but on second thought, she had done too many things to Guojing these past few days. She didn't have the face to say it out loud. Who is that man? Huang Yaoshi asked in a deep voice. Huang Rong bit her lip and turned her face away, ignoring her father's question. Are you still protecting him? Huang Yaoshi angrily said, while there's still a chance, let father go and kill that man first. This matter will only be known by the heavens, the earth, you and me. Otherwise, even if that dumb kid Guojing is slow, sooner or later he will find out something. Father, don't force me. Huang Rong's face was pale and her body couldn't stop trembling. Huang Yaoshi looked at her deeply. Rong although your father is known as the Eastern heretic and doesn't care about etiquette, I don't care about those red tape and rubbish. If that kid Guojing died and you wanted to remarry, I would be the first to support you. But now you are still Mrs. Gua. Huang Yaoshi was very loyal to his wife. In his life, he hated men who were philandering. Although Guojing was not good, at least he loved his daughter wholeheartedly. Therefore, even though he wasn't satisfied with Guojing, he still agreed to their marriage. But who would have thought that in the end, it was his daughter who had a problem? Father, don't ask me anymore. He promised me that he won't interfere in my marriage. Jing Ji won't know. Huang Rong hastily explained. Who would have thought that Huang Yaoshi would suddenly become angry? What? So he only treats you as a plaything? Father! Huang Rong angrily stamped her feet. How can it be so ugly? She coquettishly protested. Huang Yaoshi looked at her with a complicated expression. I didn't expect you to fall so deep. Well, tell your father the truth, which one do you prefer? Huang Rong was stunned at first, then she was embarrassed and angry. What kind of question is that? Huang Yaoshi snorted and said, You are still my precious daughter. If you like that man more, I will make the decision and let you marry him. My title of Eastern heretic is not just for show. Rong you don't have to be afraid. Of course Rong likes Brother Jing more. Huang Rong glared at her father. Besides, he already has a wife. Although Huang Rong's last sentence was as soft as a mosquito's, Huang Yaoshi's skill was very high and he heard it clearly. What? That man has a wife and still dares to provoke you? Father, it's not what you think. In short, it's all a freak combination of factors. It's not his fault. Huang Rong was extremely embarrassed. She could not tell her father about what happened that night. Huang Yaoshi was so angry that he laughed. I'm really curious. What kind of person could make my arrogant daughter fall head over heels in love with him? Even if you don't want to tell me, sooner or later I will find out who he is. Huang Rong was about to say something when she saw Zhou Buodong's silhouette in the distance. I'm so angry. Huang Yaoshe saw Zhou Buodong's coquettish appearance as he walked over. He could not help but laugh. Old urchin, what made you so angry? It's the bastard who bullied your daughter. Zhou Buodong's first sentence made Huang Rong's heart jump to her throat. Rong what is that man's name? Huang Rong stammered, I don't know. Zhou Buodong could not help but look disappointed. I wanted to ask him how he practiced his lightness kung fu. Huang Yaoshe's countenance changed. What? Even you can't catch up with that man? That man seems to know the shrinking the ground into an inch technique. With just one light step, he's already more than a dozen zhangs away. The old urchin exerted all his strength, but the distance between us kept getting farther and farther. I knew I couldn't catch up with him, but I was worried that you would be worried, so I came back first. This time Huang Yaoshe was shocked. Ever since Zhou Buodong had mastered the 9-yin manual, his martial arts had become the number one of the 5 masters. His lightness kung fu was his specialty. In the past, Qiu Qianren, whose lightness kung fu and iron palms were equally famous throughout the world, was unable to escape his pursuit. Chapter 737. Don't! Wanyan Gubai grabbed her and said in an almost pleading tone. Jie, you can't let him bully you like this. Wanyan Ping said angrily. Wanyan Gubai shook her head. He almost lost his life this time and is seriously injured. After experiencing life and death, it's normal for him to have a bad temper. I really have to give it to you. Wanyan Ping stomped her feet angrily. You'll spoil a man's temper like this. They'll only bully you even more in the future. Wanyan Gubai couldn't help but laugh through her tears. Ping you're clearly just a virgin girl, but you speak as if you know men very well. Don't worry, I know your brother-in-law. He's not the kind of person you say he is. When you meet a man who truly loves you, you'll understand what I'm doing. For the person I love, what's a little grievance? Hearing her sister mention a man she loved, Tang Quobian's face appeared in Wanyan Ping's mind. She jumped in fright and said guiltily, I don't like those stinky men. I want to be with Jie forever. Wanyan Gubai couldn't help but smile. She reached out and poked her sister's forehead. You have a childish temper. Wanyan Ping didn't let this go. She reached out and tickled her sister. Laughter like silver bells rang out in the waterside pavilion. After the 2 sisters played around for a while, they took a walk in the garden. Ping go talk to your brother-in-law. He's not in a good mood. Go walk around and help him recover from his depression. Wanyan Gubai said with a smile. Wanyan Ping's heart jumped. She thought her sister had discovered something. She looked at her guiltily. Why don't you go yourself? Why do you have to find me? Wanyan Gubai's lips curled up, revealing a mischievous smile. Didn't you say it? Even though I don't blame him, I have to put on a show. Otherwise, he'll be too proud. But I can't let him be depressed like this. You're my good sister. If I don't find you, who else can I find? Then okay. But let me say this first. I won't be as gentle as you to brother-in-law. Wanyan Ping cracked her whip and pretended to have a vicious expression. Okay. Go see your brother-in-law now. I'm still worried about him. Wanyan Gubai smiled and pushed her sister towards Song Qingshu's residence. I'm scared of you. I'll go, okay. Wanyan Ping muttered and left reluctantly. Looking at his sister's back as she left, Wanyan Gubai smiled. This sister of his had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Although she usually had a fierce and overbearing appearance, her heart was probably even weaker than her sister's. After Song Qingshu purposely drove Wanyan Gubai away, his thoughts were a mess. After a long time, he reconsidered the problem of how to save Song Yuanxiao and the others. Even though the laundry yard was heavily guarded, that wasn't the biggest problem. The biggest problem was that Song Yuanxiao and the others had been poisoned by Rouge Drunk. They had lost all their martial arts. Even if he could save them from the laundry yard, he wouldn't be able to take them out of the palace. Therefore, the most important thing was to find the antidote to Rouge Drunk. But Song Qingshu hadn't even seen the poison of Rouge Drunk. Where would he find the antidote? After thinking about it, the only way to break through was Wang Yanping. From last night's situation, Wang Yanping's status in the laundry yard was not low. It was very possible that there was an antidote to Rouge Drunk. Speak of the devil. As Song Qingshu was thinking about how to break through with Wang Yanping, there was a knock on the door. He raised his head and saw Wang Yanping standing at the door. "Brother-in-law, can I come in?" Song Qingshu wanted to get the antidote from her. How could he refuse to interact with her? He was overjoyed. Come in, come in." Wang Yanping's cheeks blushed. "Humph. You look so happy. You're not as depressed as my sister said." Song Qingshu smiled wryly. "You saw your sister?" "Yes." Wang Yanping walked over and pulled a stool over to sit by the bed. "She was so angry with you that she cried." Song Qingshu sighed. "I don't know what happened. I just lost control of myself." Tang Quobian and Wang Yengu Bai were very affectionate. They had probably only quarreled a few times. Now that he was deliberately distancing himself from her, he had to find a reason. Wang Yanping showed an expression as if she had expected it. She accepted his explanation. "Looks like brother-in-law must have encountered many interesting things in Kaifeng. Tell me about them." Seeing her gossipy expression, Song Qingshu was speechless. Hey, isn't your behavior a little too disappointing? I almost died in Kaifeng. I'm not dead yet." Wang Yanping showed a disapproving expression. Seeing Song Qingshu's angry expression, she giggled. Okay. I'm just angry that you bullied my sister. I purposely made you angry." Looking at the young girl in front of him, Song Qingshu found it hard to really get angry. "Okay. What do you want to know? Pick the most shocking ones. For example, how you were captured by that Song dynasty woman called Huang Rong. What did you face during that time?" Wang Yanping looked at him expectantly. She was like a child waiting for her parent to tell her story. Song Qingshu had already anticipated these questions and had prepared them flawlessly. He spoke tirelessly, purposely exaggerating some of the details, causing Wang Yanping to occasionally cry out in surprise. Luckily, that woman called Huang Rong kept her word and let you go in the end. Otherwise, I would. Wang Yanping patted her chest and said hatefully. She didn't know why, but she suddenly stopped talking. Song Qingshu was startled. He asked, "You would what?" Wang Yanping puffed out her chest. "I would personally lead the army south and attack Xiangyang. I would capture that woman and throw her into the laundry yard. I would avenge you." Noticing Song Qingshu's shocked expression, her face reddened. She quickly added, "Don't think too much. I'm not doing this for you. I'm doing this for my sister." Song Qingshu smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not delusional enough to think that our family's proud little princess will fly into a rage for the sake of her husband." "What do you mean by my sister?" Wang Yanping was startled. "Wu Sangui did anything for Chen Yuan. I'm not a woman, so of course I'm my sister." Song Qingshu explained. Wang Yanping suddenly stood up, her face instantly turning red. "What nonsense. With your looks, not to mention Panan and Song Yu, there are plenty of nobles who are more handsome than you. What kind of face are you?" Song Qingshu's expression darkened. "So in Ping Er's eyes, brother-in-law is more handsome than you. So that's how you are." Wang Yanping immediately panicked. She stammered, Actually, you aren't that bad. Even though you're a bit ugly, you can barely be considered handsome." Last night, Song Qingshu saw how decisive she was in the palace. Who knew that he would see her as a little girl today? This change was too big and shocked him. But in addition to the shock, he slowly realized something. After all, he had a lot of experience in relationships now. From Wang Yanping's words and actions, he could sense that she seemed to have a strange feeling for Tang Quobian. But because of morals and ethics, or because of a young girl's naivety, she didn't know her own heart. Could this Tang Quobian really be the reincarnation of Panan? He has such a perfect wife like Wanyan Gubai, and he's unknowingly moved his sister-in-law's heart. Song Qingshu clicked his tongue. In order to save Song Yuanxiao and the others, he had to guide Wanyan Ping's feelings. Isn't it too shameless of me to do this? At the last moment, Song Qingshu was hesitant. Sigh, maybe I'm not evil enough. Hey, I've already apologized. Brother-in-law, you shouldn't be this weak, right? Seeing that Song Qingshu's expression was dark and he didn't say anything, Wanyan Ping was dumbfounded. No, I was just suddenly thinking about the laundry brothel you mentioned. Song Qingshu came back to his senses and casually changed the topic to the laundry brothel. Humph, that place is the most suitable for controlling those arrogant Song women, Wanyan Ping said in a vague tone. She didn't seem to have any intention of continuing on this topic. Instead, she returned to the other details of his trip to Kaifeng. Song Qingshu's heart suddenly froze. He looked at her with confusion. Why are you asking in such detail? It's like you're interrogating me. Wanyan Ping had an awkward expression. I knew I couldn't fool brother-in-law. In fact, Brother Emperor understands that you're injured and allowed you to not go to the Shangshu department to report. However, we still need to find out more about the matter of Kaifeng. We can't just listen to the Hailing King's words, so I volunteered to take this task. So it's like that. Song Qingshu let out a sigh of relief. As long as she wasn't purposely targeting him, it was fine. Then, he began to chat with her as if they were just chatting. However, in order to increase the chances of interacting with Wanyan Ping, Song Qingshu would always deliberately leave some details out of his answers. He did this so that she would ask him a few more times in the future. Although Wanyan Ping was faintly aware of this, she still pretended that she didn't know anything. She only thought that he wanted to get closer to her. Her heart jumped with excitement. However, this thought was quickly suppressed by her rationality. She quickly used her older sister to tell her brother-in-law to convince herself. Over the next few days, because of Song Qingshu's deliberate actions, he became more and more distant from Wanyan Gubai, his real wife. He didn't speak much every day. Instead, he chatted happily with his sister-in-law, Wanyan Gubai, whenever he had time. Regarding this, Wanyan Gubai was both happy and sad. Early in the morning, Wanyan Ping happily ran over to find Song Qingshu. Her trousers were all tucked into her small boots, outlining her long and slender legs. She wore a small leather armor on her chest that matched with a belt around her waist, making her look even more slender. A young and energetic girl stood in front of him. Brother-in-law, don't learn from those Han people. It's too slow to stay in the house all day to heal. Us female Zenrans should recover on horseback. Let's go, I'll take you to the suburbs east of the city to hunt. End of this chapter. Chapter 738. Hunting. Song Qingshu was startled for a moment, then immediately reacted. Unlike the Han people, who liked to recite poems, Zenran preferred outdoor activities such as hunting. Song Qingshu had long planned to get close to Wanyan Ping and investigate the matter of the rouge intoxication antidote. This was a good opportunity, but he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Although his martial arts were not bad, he had no confidence in riding and archery. If Wanyan Ping saw through him, it would not be worth it. Don't think about it, let's go. Seeing Song Qingshu not speaking, Wanyan Ping thought he was hesitating, so she couldn't help but grab his arm and pull him out. Hey, you should at least let me change my clothes first. Song Qingshu hurriedly shouted. In order to reduce contact with the people in Tanqua's mansion, he had been pretending to be sick. Now he was only lying on the bed in his underwear. Just now, he had already thought it through. This was a rare opportunity. If he missed it, he did not know when he would be able to spend time with the two of them again. As for the matter of shooting arrows, he would deal with it when the time came. There would always be a way to deal with it. Hurry up and change. Wan Yenping discovered he was not wearing clothes. As if she was burned, she immediately let go of his hand. Can you turn around? Although Song Qingshu didn't mind, she was still his sister-in-law. There was a difference between a man and a woman, so he still had to be polite. Pei, who wants to look at you? Wan Yenping's face turned red, and after saying this she ran out. I'll wait for you at my sister's place, come find me when you're ready. Young girls are always so fickle. Song Qingshu faintly smiled. When he got up and was about to change his clothes, he suddenly thought of something important. When going out to hunt, he must wear special clothes, but he didn't know where Tangqu put his hunting clothes. Song Qingshu searched the room but couldn't find it. Just as he was worrying, footsteps came from the corridor. He looked up and couldn't help but be surprised. Why did you come back? When my sister heard that I was going to take you hunting, she remembered that she took your hunting clothes to be mended. She was worried you couldn't find it, so she asked me to bring it to you. Wan Yenping pushed the set of clothes in her arms forward after she finished speaking. Song Qingshu really wanted to rush up and hug her and give her a kiss. It was really timely. Why are you looking at me like that? Wan Yenping stepped back. Here you are, I'll wait for you at my sister's place. Hey, wait, Song Qingshu stopped her, hesitated and asked, why didn't your sister bring the clothes herself? My sister hasn't forgiven you yet, Wan Yenping said discontentedly. By the way, it's been so long, why haven't you apologized to her? Wan Yenping, Wan Yenping, can you? Never mind, I'll go to my sister's place. Wan Yenping impatiently waved her hand, muttering as she walked, I really don't know what happened to you two. You used to be like glue, but now you need me to do everything you want to say. Song Qingshu secretly sighed. In order to not expose his identity, he could only temporarily make things difficult for Wan Yengu. Just as he was about to put on the clothes, he was suddenly dumbfounded. These clothes seemed to be Jurchen ethnic clothing, and looked quite complicated. If he didn't wear it before, it would be terrible if he put it on in the wrong place. Seeing Wan Yenping's departing figure, Song Qingshu suddenly had an idea and hurriedly called out to her. Ping er, Wan Yenping's body paused and she turned her head to look at him with confusion. Song Qingshu pointed at the clothes in his hand. Help me put them on. Wan Yenping's heart inexplicably trembled and she said with some panic. Can't you wear it yourself? Why do you want me to help you wear it? Song Qingshu's face didn't turn red and his heart didn't jump as he said, I want to try what it feels like to be served by my family's proud princess. Who's your family's? Wan Yenping bit her lip. She originally wanted to refuse, but seeing Song Qingshu's ardent eyes, she didn't know why she agreed. I'm not as good at serving people as my sister, don't blame me if I don't wear it well. If you haven't tried, how do you know you're worse than your sister? Song Qingshu said with a double meaning in his words. Wan Yenping's heart jumped and she unconsciously looked at him. Seeing that his expression was normal, she thought that she was thinking wrongly and faintly sighed. Sister is beautiful and gentle, how can a wild girl like me compare to her? Song Qingshu said with a smile. How can that be? From what I see, you two sisters each have your own specialties. One is gentle and moving, the other is cute and playful, there's no difference in who is better. It's just that each has their own advantages. Wan Yenping raised her head and looked at him with a faint smile on her face. Brother-in-law, your mouth is so sweet today, you're not planning to seduce me, are you? Song Qingshu cursed inwardly, he really was too hasty. Though this girl liked her brother-in-law, she wasn't an idiot. Tangqu Bian had changed so much, it was hard for her to not be suspicious. But he was a veteran and his eyes didn't dodge at all. Instead, he looked back at her and calmly replied, Then will you be seduced by me? No matter how strong Wan Yenping was, she was still an inexperienced girl. She couldn't withstand Song Qingshu's methods and her eyes darted around in panic. In your dreams, then she seemed to realize that her tone was too soft and raised her boot to kick Song Qingshu's leg. Ouch! Who knew that the one who cried out in pain wasn't Song Qingshu but herself? Wan Yenping fell to the ground and held the tip of her foot, her face full of anger. Brother-in-law, did you tie a piece of metal in your pants? It hurts. It turned out that when Wan Yenping suddenly attacked, Song Qingshu's zhenqi protecting his body automatically countered. Luckily, he reacted in time and withdrew most of his strength, otherwise Wan Yenping's foot would have been broken. Who told your brother-in-law to be so thick-skinned? Song Qingshu said as he squatted down to examine her foot. Is it here? A bit in front. Wan Yenping sucked in a cold breath and pointed in front. Song Qingshu placed her foot on his thigh and pressed a few acupuncture points near her foot without leaving a trace. He said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law will massage it for you and it'll be fine soon." Wan Yenping nodded. She didn't realize until she felt a numb and swollen sensation on her foot. Their current position was a bit inappropriate. What brother-in-law massaged his sister-in-law's feet? Wan Yenping unconsciously wanted to pull her foot back, but noticed that her brother-in-law's eyes were clear and focused on examining her injury. She thought that if she did that, it would be too obvious. Wouldn't that be even more awkward? Wan Yengubai had given the clothes to her sister and knew that she was careless. She was a bit worried and came over to take a look. Who knew that when she came over, she would see the scene in front of her. Her husband was massaging her sister's foot and her sister was standing to the side with a bashful expression. She didn't seem to have any intention of refusing. Song Qingshu had noticed her arrival, but he didn't have any intention of stopping. Instead, he discreetly moved his body to block Wan Yenping's line of sight so that she wouldn't see her sister standing by the window. From Wan Yengubai's point of view, her sister seemed to be in her husband's arms and the two looked affectionate. She really wanted to push open the door and question the two, but wouldn't that be embarrassing for the two? Tangqu defending himself was one thing, but she knew her sister's personality very well. She could do something stupid out of shame and anger. She had loved her sister since she was young and wouldn't want her to be hurt. She didn't have the courage to continue watching. Wan Yengubai could only turn and leave in a daze. 2 streams of tears silently flowed down her beautiful cheeks. Feeling her leave, Song Qingshu sighed inwardly. It's easy to be a villain but hard to be a gentleman. All right, brother-in-law, it doesn't hurt anymore. Wan Yenping didn't know that her sister had just come and had a huge misunderstanding. Seeing that Song Qingshu had suddenly stopped and held her foot without moving, she couldn't stand it and quickly reminded him in a small voice. Song Qingshu finally reacted. Seeing that she was going to pull her foot back, he didn't force it and smiled awkwardly. It's good that you're all right, haha. Wan Yenping stood up with a red face and moved her foot. She immediately revealed a surprised expression. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. It really doesn't hurt at all. Where did you learn this technique? It's just a small trick, not worth mentioning. Song Qingshu smiled slightly, but his expression became a bit strange. What kind of skill is it to make you feel no pain? Brother-in-law is the one who is amazing if he can make you feel so much pain that you can't get out of bed. It's fine if you don't want to say it. Wan Yenping didn't know how dirty Song Qingshu's mind was right now. She just thought that he was keeping it to himself and didn't want to tell her this technique. However, she was just asking casually and wasn't really interested. I'll go tell my sister and we'll go. Wan Yenping snapped her fingers and excitedly prepared to go to her sister's place. Song Qingshu pulled her back. There's no need to go, let's go now. What a joke. If the two sisters met now, no matter how magnanimous Wan Yengubai was, it would be hard for him to face her. At that time, wouldn't it be like Mars colliding with Earth? It would be hard to hide what he had done. Why? Wan Yenping pulled her hand back without leaving a trace. Song Qingshu suddenly thought of an excellent excuse. You know your sister. She's good at everything, but she's too wishy-washy. When we get to her place later, she'll definitely tell us to be careful here and there. It's getting late now. If we're delayed by her for a while, how are we supposed to go hunting? Wan Yenping pursed her lips and smiled. That's really the case. All right then, let's go. I haven't put on my clothes yet. Song Qinshu pointed at his clothes that were halfway on and smiled bitterly. Wan Yenping stuck out her tongue. Humph, who asked you to bully me just now? Although she said that, she still ran over to help him put on his clothes. Song Qinshu raised his hands and let Wan Yenping fly around him like a butterfly. His nose was filled with her fragrance. Finally, when Wan Yenping stood in front of him and carefully helped him put on his clothes with her head lowered, Song Qinshu could see her slender and delicate neck from his angle. That snow-white and delicate skin made him dizzy, and his throat felt a little dry. Chapter 739. Wan Yenping suddenly raised her head and noticed Song Qinshu's gaze. A red flush rose on her neck and she unconsciously pushed him. She huffed unhappily, "Where the rest yourself, I'll wait for you at the door." She hurriedly said this and ran out without looking back. Song Qinshu secretly despised himself and hurriedly finished wearing the rest of the clothes. This was all thanks to Wan Yenping, who had already helped him wear most of the clothes. When he reached the door, Wan Yenping was riding on a little red horse. From the expression on her face, it was clear that she was impatient from waiting. Seeing Song Qinshu come out, Wan Yenping's eyes lit up and she couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, even though you're a bit ugly, but with this set of clothes, you look a bit heroic." Song Qinshu smiled and said, "Of course, why don't you see who put on these clothes for me?" Wan Yenping's face reddened and she muttered in a small voice, "Sister clearly prepared these clothes for you, what does it have to do with me?" Finishing, she squeezed the horse's belly and rode away, leaving behind a string of bell-like laughter. "Brother-in-law, come chase me, let's compete in horsemanship first." "Come chase you?" Song Qinshu's expression was very strange because Wan Yenping's words made him think of the famous joke of the dirty demon king in his previous life. "Chase me, if you catch me, I'll let you," but after seeing Wan Yenping's skilled horsemanship and how she disappeared at the end of the street in the blink of an eye, Song Qinshu didn't have the confidence to catch up to her. After all, he had transmigrated from the future. In his previous world, he hadn't even ridden a horse before. Even though he had ridden many horses after coming to this world, his horsemanship was just passable. Compared to the nomadic tribes who grew up on horseback, he was a far cry. Moreover, Wan Yenping was one of the best. While Song Qinshu was in a daze, the servants had already brought the horse over. Song Qinshu's heroic spirit rose. "No matter what, I'm someone who killed in and out of 100,000 soldiers on the battlefield. Do you think I'm afraid of a little girl like you?" Perhaps it was his heroic spirit that allowed him to perform exceptionally well. He leapt onto the horse in one breath and hurriedly chased after Wan Yenping. Fortunately, they were in the city and the roads were not so smooth. It was difficult for Wan Yenping to fully display her riding skills, and Song Qinshu was able to gradually shorten the distance between them. Looking at the horse in front, Song Qinshu was full of praise for the back view that was in high spirits. Wan Yenping really displayed the youthful vigor of a young girl to the fullest. Compared to her, many of the young girls in this world, who were imprisoned in their boudoirs, were really inferior. Who has eaten the guts of a leopard to actually dare to gallop on the street? When they were about to reach the city gates, the soldiers guarding the gates saw the two horses coming one after the other. They couldn't help angrily yelling. It had to be known that the capital was a strategic location and the roads were filled with pedestrians. Riding a horse like this was forbidden. "Are you blind?" The reply he got was a whip that caused the soldier to stumble. Wan Yenping's face was as cold as ice as she charged out of the city without slowing down. Song Qinshu secretly clicked his tongue as he watched from behind. She had been smiling like a flower and now her face was as cold as ice. Wasn't this change a bit too big? Song Qinshu had always disapproved of her noble actions. But when he thought about how she was the emperor's most beloved little sister, and how she had been a noble since she was young, it was normal for her to be like this. Song Qingshu wouldn't pedantically educate her about human rights. But right now, he was more interested in Wan Yanping's personality. Whether it was the scene that night in the laundry yard or her current behavior, she was clearly a cruel and merciless queen. But in front of him, she acted like a bashful little girl. He didn't know which face was the real her. Wan Yanping and Song Qingshu ran out of the city gates one after the other. The soldier who had been whipped by Wan Yanping finally got up. He touched the blood on his face and was instantly enraged. Just as he was about to sound the gong to warn the others, one of his companions hurriedly pulled him to the side. "Don't! This bitch actually dared to charge through the city gates. It's a capital offense no matter where she goes. Why are you pulling me?" The soldier was filled with hatred. "Forget it, you're new here. No wonder you don't know that demoness. The bitch you're talking about is the emperor's most beloved little sister, the Qi Kingdom's princess. Not to mention you, even those noble young masters who run amok in the capital would be whipped if they were the slightest bit unhappy. Those high and mighty young masters wouldn't even dare to fart. Could it be that you're stronger than those people?" His companion lowered his voice and quickly explained. "Humph." The soldier snorted coldly. However, he knew that his companion was telling the truth. He could only swallow his anger and ask, "Who's that man chasing after her? Could it be that you want to vent your anger on that man?" His companion looked at him sympathetically. "I advise you to give up on that idea as soon as possible. That man is the brother-in-law of the Qi Kingdom's princess, the emperor's son-in-law. He's the left minister and the clan leader of the Tangqua family. Aren't you courting death by venting your anger on him? That Tangqua family?" The soldier was stunned. "Nonsense. How many Tangqua families are there?" His companion replied. "In the Jin Kingdom, other than the two branches of the Great Ancestor and Taizong, as well as the royal family, the three most powerful families are the Tangqua family, Pucha family, and Tudun family. They've intermarried with the royal family for generations and have produced countless high-ranking officials. How can a lowly soldier like us afford to offend them? Damn it, today's really an unlucky day." The soldier spat angrily and looked in the direction where the two had left. His eyes were filled with resentment. Brother-in-law is chasing after his sister-in-law. I wonder what kind of immoral things he's going to do. Hee, the sister-in-law is the brother-in-law's sweet little cotton-padded jacket. His companion smiled wretchedly. "I don't need to tell you how licentious the lives of these nobles are in private. In my opinion, the two of them are probably tired of the bad influence in the city and are preparing to find a secluded place in the wilderness to have 300 rounds of sex. That man looks so sickly. If he can have 300 rounds, I'll write my name upside down." The soldier spat out a mouthful of blood. "Damn it, his wife is a princess and his sister-in-law is also a princess. If it were me, I'd definitely *CK them until they can't get out of bed." His companion couldn't help but scold him with a smile. "Dream on, you brat. Hee, but you don't say. Although the Qi Kingdom's princess is a little fierce, her long, round legs and perky little but make me want to *CK her." Wan Yanping was naturally unaware that she had become the object of the two lowly soldiers' fantasies. However, even if she knew, she wouldn't care about such ant-like people. Of course, she would still order the two of them to regret ever being born into this world. After exiting the city gates, her exquisite horsemanship was finally put on full display. Soon, she had left Song Qingshu far behind. After riding for an unknown period of time, she suddenly pulled on the reins and looked at the empty space behind her. She couldn't help but pout. Brother-in-law is such an idiot. End of this chapter. Chapter 740. After waiting for a while, she still didn't see any traces of her brother-in-law. Wan Yenping couldn't sit still and turned the horse back the way she came. As she urged the horse, she looked around anxiously and prayed in her heart, "Brother-in-law, please don't let anything happen to you." After searching for a long time, Wan Yenping finally found Song Qingshu. However, when she saw Song Qingshu's appearance, she was so angry that smoke almost came out of her 7 orifices. "Brother-in-law, I spent so much effort looking for you and you're just sitting here leisurely sunbathing?" Right now, Song Qingshu was lying on a large rock with a strand of green foxtail grass in his mouth. His hands were behind his head and his legs were crossed. The tips of his feet were still swaying casually. Hearing her voice, he opened his eyes and laughed. "Ping-er, you've finally come." "Come my ass." Wan Yenping wanted to whip out her waist and hit his face with her whip. It took her a lot of effort to control this tempting urge. "What do you mean by this?" Not only did Song Qingshu not show any guilt, he cried out that he was wronged. "Ping-er, you have to be honest when you speak. Brother-in-law is a sick person right now and you want me to race horses with you?" Wan Yenping's face turned slightly red and a large part of her anger disappeared. She couldn't help but mutter, "Your body isn't well, you could have told me first." Song Qingshu couldn't help but roll his eyes. "I wanted to tell you first, but just as I was about to open my mouth, you had already galloped so far away. What do you want me to say?" Okay, I didn't think it through this time, but I've come back to find you." Wan Yenping's breathing suddenly stopped and she looked suspiciously at him. "You don't look worried at all. You seem to be sure that I'll come back to find you." Song Qingshu smiled. "Of course, your brother-in-law's sweet little jacket. Brother-in-law didn't spoil you in vain." Since he had to start with Wan Yenping to find the antidote for rouge intoxication, of course he had to prepare well. In this time, he had asked around and found out from the servants that when Tang Quobian and Wan Yengubai got married, Wan Yenping was still a little girl. Tang Quobian loved his wife very much, and at the same time, Wan Yenping was also very close to him. It was just that as she grew older, the little girl had grown into a beautiful young woman and could no longer be as close to brother-in-law as when she was young. This Tang Quobian is definitely a weird uncle who has a heavy lolicon. The plan to raise a lowly, many men's dream. But a bearded beard. Song Qingshu screamed in his heart. He shuddered at the thought of Tang Quobian's burly appearance. "What little jacket, spoil or not?" Wan Yenping's expression became bashful. "I'm just afraid that Jiejie will be sad if something happens to you." "You won't be sad if something happens to me?" Looking at the young girl in front of him, Song Qingshu's lips curled into a playful smile. "Of course I'm sad," Wan Yenping hurriedly said, but it's different from Jiejie's." Song Qingshu understood that going too far was as bad as falling short. He didn't continue to ask her what was different. Instead, he suddenly changed to another matter. "Then when brother-in-law got into trouble in Kaifeng, did our proud little princess cry for brother-in-law in the dead of night?" I'm not a weak person like Jiejie. Why would I cry for you?" Wan Yenping suddenly widened her eyes and looked Song Qingshu up and down. "Brother-in-law, now that you've come back, I feel that you've changed a lot." "Really, what's changed?" Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. But he didn't panic. This was within his expectations. But Wan Yenping wasn't Wan Yengubai. She wasn't familiar with Tang Quobian. She wouldn't notice this change. "I don't know. I feel. Wan Yenping suddenly blushed and stammered. "Feel that brother-in-law is seducing you?" Song Qingshu completed the sentence she was too embarrassed to say. "I'm going to die." Wan Yenping's face was burning. She couldn't stand it. She flicked her wrist and whipped him. As soon as Song Qingshu spoke, he was prepared. He saw her flick her wrist and he rolled to the side, dodging the whip. He took the opportunity to get on his horse. As he galloped forward, he laughed. "Ping-er, don't forget why we came out. It's to hunt, not to beat brother-in-law." Watching Song Qingshu's back disappear into the distance, Wan Yenping's tensed face finally couldn't take it anymore. She giggled and muttered, "Smelly brother-in-law." Then, with a beautiful flip, she mounted the little red horse and squeezed her legs. Hiya! Following this, the two of them finally began their hunting journey. However, this mountain was not far from Daxing Prefecture. There weren't many wild animals on the mountain, and there weren't any fierce beasts. The two of them wandered around the forest for half a day and only saw a few sparrows. As Song Qingshu expected, Wan Yanping's archery skills were amazing. She was still riding her horse, and when she drew her bow and arrow, the sparrows fell to the ground. Although he was mentally prepared, Song Qingshu was still stunned by Wan Yanping's heroic posture on the horse. Her small waist was as soft as a willow branch, and her body leaned back at an exaggerated angle, revealing the perfect and full curves of her chest. The twangs of bowstrings rang out one after another, and the sparrows in the sky also fell one by one. Wan Yanping put away her bow and arrow and sat up straight on her horse. She turned her head to say something, but happened to see Song Qingshu looking at her. She couldn't help but blush. "Brother-in-law, why are you looking at me like that?" Song Qingshu praised her from the bottom of his heart. "I just discovered today that the little girl with a runny nose has grown into a beautiful young lady." Hearing his praise, Wan Yanping's heart was both sweet and angry. Who had a runny nose in the past? Song Qingshu laughed, and the two of them played around like this for a while. Suddenly, Wan Yanping asked, "Brother-in-law, why aren't you drawing your bow?" Song Qingshu's smile froze on his face. Even though his martial arts were high now, his riding and archery skills— no, not just riding and archery, even if he was standing on flat ground, it would be hard to hit a target. He could only say, "Brother-in-law's condition isn't good today, I won't shoot." "What condition isn't good?" Wan Yanping was immediately displeased. "Ever since I was young, Ping-er has admired brother-in-law's riding and archery skills. When I was young, there was once when I pestered Fu Huang and brother to go hunting on the grasslands. In the end, an evil eagle came down from the sky and grabbed me with its wings. The guards didn't even have time to react. It was brother-in-law who killed the eagle with one arrow and caught me as I fell from the sky. I will never forget the situation at that time. In Ping-er's heart, brother-in-law is the greatest hero in riding and archery. From then on, I worked hard to learn riding and archery. It was for. Wan Yanping's face was red and she suddenly stopped talking. "For what?" Song Qingshu asked curiously. At the same time, he clicked his tongue. He hadn't thought that Tang Quobian was such a fierce person in the past. No wonder Wan Yanping always seemed to have a strange feeling for him, so there was this layer of relationship. Nothing. Wan Yanping's expression suddenly dimmed. It was because of brother-in-law's performance that time. Fu Huang was happy and betrothed Jiejie to you in front of everyone. Song Qingshu sighed inside. It was said that young girls matured early. He hadn't thought that when Wan Yanping was still a little girl, she already had such thoughts. He couldn't bear to see her so lonely, so he smiled and said, "It seems that we really are fated to become a family in the end." "Fate, we are a family," Wan Yanping murmured. She quickly calmed herself down and raised her chin. Her face regained its vigor. "Brother-in-law, it's a pity that the Mongols invaded and we lost the grassland. We can't hunt like before. We can only shoot these little sparrows in the mountains." Wan Yanping threw the sparrow. She shot onto the ground with disdain. Clearly, she didn't think of the sparrow as a trophy. "Brother-in-law, can Ping-er see your amazing archery skills again? Ever since that time when we were young, Ping-er hasn't had the chance to go hunting with brother-in-law." Looking at Wan Yanping's bright smile and her eager expression, Song Qingshu's spirit rose. "Okay." A sly smile appeared in Wan Yanping's eyes. "Brother-in-law, don't lose to Ping-er's archery skills. Ping-er will be disappointed." Actually, even today, her archery skills were superb. Thinking back to Tang Quobian's arrow, it wasn't as magnificent as she remembered it to be. However, that arrow had a special meaning that she couldn't surpass. What a joke! When has brother-in-law ever disappointed Ping? Song Qingshu already had an idea. He picked up the bow on the horse but didn't take out the bow and arrows in the basket. Ping, have you heard of the story of the bird startled by the twang of a bow? Bird startled by the twang of a bow? Wanyan Ping raised her head to look at the sky. As an archery expert, of course she had heard of this story. However, she only thought of it as a legend. Did brother-in-law want to recreate this miracle? However, it wasn't so coincidental that an injured goose flew by. There were a lot of startled sparrows, but she didn't believe that these sparrows would fall from the sky because of the sound of the bowstring. Song Qingshu said proudly, "Your brother-in-law has already reached the point where he doesn't have arrows. It's just a few sparrows, why would I need arrows? Brother-in-law, aren't you ashamed? You're already so old and you're still boasting." Even though she worshipped brother-in-law, Wanyan Ping was still rational. How could there be such a thing as an archery in the world? You don't believe me? Seeing Wanyan Ping hurriedly nod her head, Song Qingshu didn't say anything else. He didn't take the bow and arrow, but pulled the bowstring. The sound of the bowstring was heard and the sparrows in the sky fell to the ground. Song Qingshu turned his head and smiled at her. Do you believe me now? Ah! Wanyan Ping's beautiful mouth opened so wide that an egg could be stuffed in it. How is this possible? Wanyan Ping quickly urged her horse to pick up the sparrows that had fallen. She found that although there weren't any wounds on their bodies, they were dead. She excitedly ran back to Song Qingshu. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Chapter 741. Song Qing had a mysterious expression and put a finger to his mouth. Exclamation point. Wanyan Ping was confused. Brother-in-law, what kind of language are you speaking? Song Qing couldn't help but feel awkward. In his moment of pride, he couldn't help but think of the famous catchphrase from Detective Conan. Of course, he changed it a little. What I mean is... Song Qing purposely paused to keep Wanyan Ping in suspense before saying, "This is a secret." Wanyan Ping was so angry that she almost whipped him again, but curiosity won out. Brother-in-law, she purposely dragged out the last syllable and said coquettishly, Tell me. Most of the time, Wanyan Ping was cold, so when she acted coquettishly like a little girl, even Song Qing couldn't stand it. This is brother-in-law's unique skill. You can't just tell anyone. Actually, the reason behind it was not worth a penny. He could shoot down the sparrow with an empty bow, not because he was good at archery, but because he didn't know anything about archery, so he could only use this method. When he heard Wanyan Ping talk about Tanqua's amazing archery skills, he knew that it would be hard to avoid archery and he couldn't act too clumsily. After all, the girl next to him was an archery expert and could see his archery skills with one glance. So he decided to play a big game. Of course, he wouldn't really reach the level of no arrows. He wanted to use this to scare Wanyan Ping and attract her attention. Then, he would secretly shoot out sword energy to shoot down the sparrow from the tree. Speaking of which, he was glad that they were in the forest and not on the grasslands. Otherwise, with the height of the eagles on the grasslands, his sword energy wouldn't have been able to shoot so far. Can't you even tell me? I'm not someone else. Wanyan Ping continued to shake his arm and begged. Ping-er, this is my unique skill. Song Qing obviously couldn't tell her the truth, so he could only think of a way. In this lifetime, I will only tell this secret to my wife, and then pass it on to my son. At worst, I'll be your wife. Wanyan Ping blurted out. The two of them froze at the same time. What did you say? Song Qing's expression was very strange. Wanyan Ping's face was as red as a tomato. You heard wrong. Finishing, she guiltily urged her horse to gallop deeper into the forest. Song Qing laughed. This time, he didn't need to think of an excuse. She wouldn't have the face to bring this up again. He quickly called out, Ping-er, wait for me. How could Wanyan Ping wait for him now? Hearing his voice, she ran even faster. Luckily, the forest was not good for horses to run at full speed, so Song Qing could barely keep up with her. Ping, there's a spotted deer here. Wanyan Ping, who was in front, gave a cry of surprise. The excitement of finding prey finally washed away the awkwardness in her heart. She hurriedly shot an arrow, but the deer was very alert. When it heard her cry, it moved and just happened to dodge the fatal arrow that came at it. The deer jumped left and right, and using the cover of the dense forest, it quickly disappeared into the thicket. But Wanyan Ping had been out for so long, and it wasn't easy for her to come across such a rare prey. She couldn't bear to let it go. She quickly crouched down and pressed her body tightly against the horse's back. She dodged all the branches that were flying towards her and chased after the deer. Song Qing was dumbfounded. How could he have such good horsemanship? In this moment of daze, Wanyan Ping's figure had already disappeared. He could only faintly hear sounds coming from the forest. Right now, Wanyan Ping was related to the antidote for Song Yuanxiao and the others. Song Qing naturally didn't want anything to happen to her. Of course, after interacting with her for this period of time, he had a very good impression of this pretty girl. From his perspective, he also couldn't see anything happen to her. Song Qing gritted his teeth and abandoned the horse he was riding. With a tap of his foot, he shot into the forest like an arrow. Finally, without the restraint of the horse, Song Qing was like a bird in the forest or a fish in the ocean. If someone was watching from the side, they would only be able to see a black shadow jumping from tree to tree. His speed was even faster than the horse running at full speed. After chasing like this for a while, Song Qing finally caught up to Wanyan Ping. However, he didn't dare get close to her, so he slowed down and followed her from a distance to secretly protect her. You! The spotted deer had already reached a dead end. There was no path in front of it, there were pursuers behind it, and there was a steep mountain stream next to it. It couldn't help but whimper. Wanyan Ping couldn't help but give a proud smile. Let's see where you can run now. She knocked her bow and was about to shoot when the spotted deer seemed to have a mind of its own. It shrunk back a bit, leaving Wanyan Ping no longer able to shoot. Humph, do you think this princess can't do anything to you? Wanyan Ping put down her bow and pulled out the knife on her waist as she jumped off the horse. The path was too steep and the size of a horse couldn't go up. Luckily, the spotted deer had nowhere else to go and she alone was enough to deal with it. As Wanyan Ping got closer, the spotted deer became visibly anxious. It would occasionally look at the mountain stream next to them. Seeing this, Wanyan Ping was secretly scared. She was afraid that it would see that there was no hope of survival and jump into the mountain stream. Then all her efforts would be in vain. Wanyan Ping held the knife in her left hand and placed her right hand on the whip at her waist. Her attention was completely focused on the spotted deer not far away. Once it decided to jump into the mountain stream, her whip would immediately wrap around its body. The deer wasn't very big, so Wanyan Ping was confident that she could catch it. Song Qing's brows slightly furrowed and he quickly got closer. He didn't approve of her taking such a dangerous action for the sake of hunting. Seeing that she was getting closer to the deer, an excited smile appeared on Wanyan Ping's face. Suddenly, she felt a numbness on her calf. Looking down, she saw a small snake with gray and white stripes bearing its fangs. "Oh no!" Wanyan Ping exclaimed. Just as she was about to go back, she felt a numbness come from her leg. She lost her balance, and her entire body fell into the mountain stream. The snake was too small and Song Qing didn't notice it at first. It wasn't until Wanyan Ping suddenly stopped that he realized something was wrong. When he looked closely and saw the small snake, Wanyan Ping had already fallen into the mountain stream. In a split second, Song Qing didn't think too much and rushed out. Unfortunately, he was a step too late and only managed to grab Wanyan Ping's sleeve. Unfortunately, the sleeve was instantly torn. Song Qing cursed under his breath and threw away the sleeve. His entire body jumped up and caught Wanyan Ping. It was a pity that the two of them were falling too fast, and he couldn't use his qinggong. He could only tightly protect Wan Yanping in his arms and circulate his qi to protect himself as they rolled down. Chapter 742. Although the mountain stream was steep, it wasn't a straight cliff. Therefore, the two of them rolled down and didn't fall vertically. Song Qing pressed Wan Yanping's head against his chest, and at the same time, he protected her with his hands and feet. He secretly cursed in his heart, "Those plots on TV are all lies. What falling off a cliff and not dying, rolling down a slope without any injuries?" Along the way, he didn't know how many sharp rocks and branches they had hit. With the speed at which the two of them rolled down, if it wasn't for the Zhenqi protecting his body, all the bones in his body would have been broken. If his luck wasn't good, he would have been cut open by the protruding rocks. Even though Song Qing had Zhenqi protecting his body, he was still in a difficult situation. Not only were his clothes in tatters, but he had also hit countless things along the way. It was as if he had been hit by several top martial artists. Right now, he had suffered serious internal injuries. Fine, now I don't have to use my internal energy to pretend to be pale. Song Qing gave a wry smile and looked down at Wan Yanping in his arms. Who knew that when he met her big eyes, Song Qing happily said, "I was afraid you would faint." "Brother-in-law, thank you." Wan Yanping's voice was very gentle. She looked at Song Qing's miserable body and compared it to her own. Other than a few scratches, her clothes were almost undamaged. She knew that it was because he was holding her tightly in his arms and using his body to protect her. Don't take such risks in the future. It's just hunting. If you fall off a cliff again, brother-in-law won't be able to save you every time. Even though he wasn't her real brother-in-law, Song Qing unknowingly took the role and couldn't help but lecture her. I'll stay by brother-in-law's side for the rest of my life. That way, even if something happens to me, brother-in-law can save me. Wan Yanping raised her head, her eyes shining like stars. Song Qing couldn't help but reach out and scratch her nose. What does a child know about a lifetime? You'll have to marry in the future. How can you stay by brother-in-law's side for the rest of your life? I'm not a child for a long time. Wan Yanping snorted in dissatisfaction. I'm not going to marry. I want to stay with sister, brother-in-law for the rest of my life. Song Qing's heart moved. He was about to strike while the iron was hot, but he suddenly saw a trace of black air floating between her eyebrows. Only then did he remember that she had been bitten by a small snake before. How could he still have the mood to flirt with her? He hurriedly asked, "Pinger, were you bitten by a snake just now? How do you feel now?" With his reminder, Wan Yanping finally remembered and couldn't help but exclaim, my entire body is numb. Brother-in-law, am I going to die?" Towards the end, her voice already had a sobbing tone. "Nonsense, with brother-in-law here, I won't let you die." Song Qing stretched out his hand to take her pulse. Feeling that her vitality was gradually fading, he couldn't help but be shocked. "Brother-in-law, I don't want to die with regrets. There are some words that I must tell you." Wan Yanping's voice gradually became weaker. She felt her eyelids become heavier. If it wasn't for the fact that she had an unfinished wish, she might have closed her eyes and fallen asleep. "Save it for later," Song Qing asked in a deep voice. "Where were you bitten just now?" "Leg. I think it's my calf there," Wan Yanping answered subconsciously. Rip. Song Qing tore open the pants on her calf. On her white and slender calf, there was a bite mark of a poisonous snake. The blood around the wound was dark black, and it was frightening to look at. "Brother-in-law, what are you doing?" Feeling that her calf was exposed to the air, the natural restraint of a woman made her panic. She unconsciously wanted to pull her leg back, but her entire body was numb and her legs wouldn't listen to her. "Don't move, you've been poisoned and there's no other way. Brother-in-law will suck it out for you." Song Qing didn't care about exposing his martial arts at this time and quickly sealed a few of the major acupuncture points on her body to stop the snake poison from entering her heart. No. Brother-in-law, you'll die too. Luckily, Wan Yinping's mind was a bit muddled and her attention had been diverted so she didn't see what he was doing. Brother-in-law has great fortune and life, you won't die so easily, Song Qing smiled at her. If you really die, at worst we'll die together. The road to the Yellow Springs won't be lonely. Smelly brother-in-law, who wants to die with you to die together? Wan Yinping's tears turned to laughter. Her heart was beating rapidly and some light returned to her eyes. When Song Qing's lips touched the wound on her leg, Wan Yinping's heart beat even faster. Speaking of which, it was strange. Her entire body was clearly numb, but she seemed to be able to feel that strange touch. Looking at him sucking on it, Wan Yinping couldn't help but fall into a daze. The sky gradually darkened. Song Qing saw that the blood flowing out of the wound on her leg had turned bright red again, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. She had actually been deeply poisoned. If it wasn't for his deep cultivation and long breathing, he wouldn't have been able to maintain such a high intensity of sucking and the poisoned blood in her body wouldn't have been completely expelled. Even if she had a naturally large lung, she would have been poisoned to death after sucking for so long. Song Qing looked around and found a strange type of grass. He chewed the leaves and put it on Wan Yinping's wound. He had interacted with many poison masters over the years and had learned a few things from them. Ping do you have a clean handkerchief on you? I need to help you bandage your wound. Song Qing raised his head and found Wan Yinping looking at him with a red face. He couldn't help but pause. Having been discovered, Wan Yinping's eyes were slightly evasive. She quickly said, I'm not as delicate as those Han girls, why would I carry a handkerchief on me? Wan Yinping hesitated. Brother-in-law, turn around for a second. Song Qing was confused, but he thought it was inconvenient for a little girl to do something and turned around. Done. Very quickly, Wan Yinping's voice came. Song Qing turned his head and a soft silk-like material was stuffed into his hand. Didn't you say you didn't have a handkerchief? Why does it seem to have warmth on it? Song Qing reflexively raised it to smell and a faint fragrance came to his nose. Brother-in-law, Wan Yinping bit her lips and her face was so red that water was about to drip out. Seeing her slightly messy clothes, Song Qing finally understood what this silk handkerchief was. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. He pretended that the higher-ups didn't know and knelt down to help her bandage her wound. Ping can you still walk? Song Qing looked around. Right now, they were at the bottom of a mountain stream. It was pitch black in the distance and they couldn't see any way out. In reality, the best choice was to go back the way they came. Even though the mountain stream was high, with Song Qing's qigong, it wasn't hard to climb up. However, this would make Wan Yinping suspicious. Chapter 743. Wan Yinping stood up and tried to take a step, but a wave of dizziness came over her, causing her to fall to the side. Song Qingshu reacted quickly and caught her waist. What's wrong? I don't know, I feel weak all over and my head feels dizzy. Wan Yinping touched her forehead and said weakly. Maybe the remaining snake venom in my body is still working. I'll be fine after a while. It's dark now, I'll carry you and look for a place to rest. Song Qingshu answered. Okay. Wan Yinping's voice was very, very soft. Song Qingshu held her in his arms and began to search the valley. Throughout the entire process, Wan Yinping did not say a word. She only pressed her face against his chest, and no one knew what she was thinking. Finally, Song Qingshu found a small cave. He found some withered grass and laid it on the ground. Song Qingshu gently placed Wan Yinping on top of it. Ping it's dark outside and we don't know the way out. Plus, you're injured. I'm afraid we'll have to spend the night here. Okay. Wan Yinping hugged her knees and sat on the pile of withered grass, looking at him quietly. Song Qingshu couldn't help but tease. Where did the lively little princess go? Can't you say anything other than okay? Stinky brother-in-law, you're teasing me again. Wan Yenping finally laughed and couldn't help but grab a handful of withered grass and throw it at him. After the two of them played around for a while, Song Qinshu took out a handful of dry food and handed it over. He said awkwardly, "This dry food is a bit broken, Ping you have to make do with it." Looking at the broken dry food, Wan Yenping's eyes immediately turned red. "Brother-in-law, the dry food is broken like this. In order to protect me, you must have suffered a lot of injuries." Song Qinshu smiled carelessly. "Didn't I tell you? Brother-in-law's skin is rough, I'm fine." "You're still saying you're fine? Look at your clothes." Wan Yenping moved over and looked at him with a distressed expression. "He looks miserable, but he isn't actually injured," Song Qinshu said with a smile. "I don't believe you. Take off your clothes and let me see." Wan Yenping pouted. "Take off my clothes?" Song Qinshu suddenly had a strange expression. "Smelly brother-in-law, what kind of nonsense are you thinking in your head?" Wan Yenping pinched him with a red face. "I wanted to check where you were injured. I have some medicine on me." Song Qinshu thought. "Ping of the antidote of the antidote. Song Qinshu. Song Qinshu. Okay, don't pinch me. I'll take it off, okay?" Song Qinshu made a helpless expression and slowly took off his clothes. Even though he had qi to protect his body, it could only prevent fractures and internal injuries. His skin was still scratched by the broken rocks and branches along the way. Wan Yenping's tears immediately flowed down. She choked and called out, "Brother-in-law. Okay. It just looks scary. It's not a big deal." Song Qinshu smiled bitterly. "Don't move. I'll help you apply the medicine." Wan Yenping bit her lips and rolled her eyes at him. She then took out a small bag wrapped in brown paper and placed it on the ground. Song Qinshu's heart moved. He pointed at the small bags and smiled. "Ping why do you carry so much medicine with you?" Wan Yenping wrinkled her nose. There's a lot of poison here. If you dare to bully me, sister, I'll poison you to death." "Really?" Song Qinshu casually picked up a bag of medicine and opened it to smell it. "What poison is this?" "Don't." Wan Yenping turned pale with fright and quickly reached out to grab the bag of medicine. "This is drunken rouge." In fact, Song Qinshu had already seen the small words written on it, so he picked it out from the many medicine packets. Just by smelling it, he felt dizzy and weak. He couldn't help but be secretly shocked. This rouge drunk is really aimed at martial arts masters. With my current cultivation, even smelling it causes such a big reaction. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to faint. Song Qinshu yelled with an exaggerated expression. His entire body fell backward. In reality, it wasn't that serious. He had already forced the poison out of his body. "I told you not to take it." Wan Yenping was angry and worried. She quickly took out another bag of medicine and used her finger to scoop up a fingernail-sized amount of powder. She brought it to Song Qinshu's mouth. "Hurry and eat it, this is the antidote." No wonder I didn't see it in the pile of medicine, it was on her this whole time. Song Qinshu secretly looked at the antidote carefully, thinking that he would find a chance to steal it later. "Stinky brother-in-law, you scared me to death." Seeing him eat the antidote, Wan Yenping patted her chest and let out a sigh of relief. "In any case, brother-in-law knows that Ping will save me." Song Qinshu laughed as he replied, but his heart was very gloomy because she had stuffed the antidote bag back into her pocket. Don't move. Just lie down like this, I'll help you apply the medicine." Wan Yenping rolled her eyes at him. She took out the golden medicine bag and carefully applied the powder to the messy wounds on his body. Because Song Qinshu was lying down, Wan Yenping had to kneel on the ground as she applied the medicine. She bent down and carefully wiped the wounds for him. Song Qinshu raised his hand many times to steal the antidote from her pocket. However, even though his martial arts were high, he wasn't good at stealing things. He wasn't confident that he wouldn't disturb Wan Yenping, so he could only give up on this tempting idea. Wang Yanping's fingers brushed across the messy wounds on Song Qingshu's body. The image of him tightly hugging her and using his body to protect her appeared in her mind. Her eyes became misty as she said, "Brother-in-law, you saved me again." "Silly girl, if brother-in-law doesn't save you, who would I save?" Song Qingshu said with a smile. "If Jiejie and I fell off the cliff at the same time, who would you save first?" Wang Yanping suddenly looked at him with anticipation. Song Qingshu was speechless. Did women like to ask these kinds of questions? Of course I would save them together. The situation was urgent, you could only save one person. Wang Yanping was very dissatisfied with his perfunctory attitude. Song Qingshu was even more depressed. However, he knew that if he didn't answer this question well, it would destroy the good impression he had built up with so much difficulty. "I wouldn't save anyone? Why?" Wang Yanping didn't expect this answer and couldn't help but freeze. Song Qingshu said with a serious expression, "Because no matter who you save, the two people who survive will live in guilt and self-blame for the rest of their lives. It's better not to save anyone and the three of us die together. Even if we go to the underworld, we can still be a happy family." Song Qingshu thought that Wang Yanping would be moved to tears. Who knew that the other person would respond by biting his shoulder? Song Qingshu couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. "Why did you bite me?" Chapter 744. "Nothing, I'm happy to." Wang Yanping wrinkled her nose proudly. But when she saw the deep bite mark, she couldn't help but stick out her tongue. She gently rubbed the wound. "Brother-in-law, does it hurt a lot?" "Of course, why don't you let me bite you?" Song Qingshu rolled his eyes at her. "Okay, bite me." Who knew that Wang Yanping would roll up her sleeves and extend her white arm in front of him? Forget it," Song Qingshu said, depressed. He brother-in-law cares for me." Wang Yanping wrapped her arms around his neck and rested her head on his chest. "Brother-in-law? Does it really hurt?" "Yes." "Let me help you blow." Wang Yanping got up after speaking. She puffed up her little mouth and lightly blew around the bite mark. The young girl's breath smelled like orchids. Without realizing it, Song Qingshu's heart started to beat faster. Wang Yanping clearly felt it at such a close distance. A blush slowly spread across her face. However, she didn't show any signs of retreating. Instead, she buried her head even lower, her lips faintly brushing against his skin. Song Qingshu's throat was a bit dry. He said unconsciously, Okay, it doesn't hurt anymore. Get up, it's improper." "I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of?" Wang Yanping's body slid and she moved her head in front of Song Qingshu. She pursed her lips and looked at him at such a close distance. Her eyes became misty. "Brother-in-law, you don't have to pretend. I know that you have been intentionally or unintentionally seducing me." "Really, you're thinking too much." Song Qingshu was embarrassed. It looked like his flirting skills were in the negative. He couldn't even fool a little girl. "Why are you panicking? I don't mind." Wang Yanping's face became redder. "In fact, I'm very happy. You saved me when I was young. At that time, I made up my mind to marry you when I grew up. Who knew that Fu Huang would betroth Jiejie to you? If it was anyone else, I would have objected on the spot. But Jiejie loved me, so I couldn't fight with her. Also, I can see that she likes you a lot. I could only bury this thought in my heart. I've stayed with Jiejie and you all these years, seeing you live happily, it's enough for me. My heart was like still water. But not long ago, I sensed that you seemed to have feelings for me. I was both happy and terrified." Song Qingshu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In order to pick up a girl, he jumped off a cliff and drank blood, almost losing his life. In the end, the only one who affected her was his brother-in-law. "Until today, when I saw you risking your life for me, I finally thought it through. There's no need to hide my feelings for you." Wang Yanping's eyes were watery. She slowly lowered her head and kissed him with her red lip. Song Qinshu had never thought of himself as a gentleman. He had distanced himself from Wanyan Bai because he was worried that she would notice something and expose his identity. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to save Song Yuanxiao and the others. But with Wanyan Ping, there was no such problem. Even though she was familiar with Tang Quobian, she wasn't as familiar with Tang Quobian's body as her sister was. Therefore, Song Qinshu wasn't afraid that she would notice anything. Also, he had been worrying about how to get the antidote for rouge drunk from her. Now that she had thrown herself into his arms, how could he let go of such a great opportunity? As for Wanyan Ping thinking that he was her brother-in-law, Song Qinshu couldn't help but feel a trace of guilt every time he thought about it. But now that he thought about it, he felt a different kind of excitement. Anyways, legally speaking, before Tang Quobian died, he gave me the rights to his woman and his inheritance. In a way, this Wanyan Ping is also his woman. Song Qingshu's self-comforting thought flashed through his mind. He was immersed in the girl's sweet kiss. The girl's kiss was very jerky, but it was this jerkiness that could easily arouse a man. Song Qingshu tasted the girl's sweet lips and felt his body heat up. He wanted to crush the girl in his arms and shove her into his arms. Feeling Song Qingshu's hand reach into her clothes, Wanyan Ping was shy and eager. She didn't notice that he had taken the opportunity to take the antidote for rouge drunk. After getting the antidote, it wasn't that Song Qinshu didn't want to stop. But the girl's fragrant scent and Wanyan Ping's unreserved expression made him completely lost. At this time, Wanyan Ping was also very aroused. The feelings she had suppressed for many years were released, and she became a bit reckless. At this time, she didn't want to think about the consequences of doing this. She didn't want to think about how she would face her sister afterwards. There was only one voice in her mind: I want to give my body to brother-in-law. After taking off Wanyan Ping's clothes, what appeared in front of him was a fresh and energetic body. It was different from a married woman's plump and soft body. The girl's body was firmer and more supple. Song Qinshu couldn't help but stare in a daze. Brother-in-law, it was a coquettish voice that seemed to come out of her throat. Wanyan Ping's call of brother-in-law was sweet and greasy. Song Qinshu couldn't hold it back and his body pressed heavily on top of her. Even though she was a bit shy, Wanyan Ping cooperated and spread her legs. She offered her precious body that she had preserved for over 10 years to the man on top of her. When Song Qinshu completely entered her body tightened. Her arms hugged him tightly and she emotionally called out, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law." Song Qinshu kissed her slightly furrowed brows. Seeing the tears at the corner of her eyes, he couldn't help but feel pity. "Ping, does it hurt?" Wanyan Ping smiled bashfully. "Smelly brother-in-law, I just bit you. I didn't think that you would take revenge so quickly." Ha ha! Her words made Song Qinshu's body swell up even more. He looked down at her condescendingly. "Don't you like it?" Wanyan Ping gave a low cry and bravely responded to his gaze. I like it when brother-in-law bullies me like this. In the future, brother-in-law can bully me like this at any time." The grassland women were not as shy as the Han women. Her confession was extremely passionate. Song Qinshu had originally thought that her body would have recovered by now. When he heard the girl's passionate murmurs, it was like lightning had ignited the fire. He lowered his waist and began to savor the tender and juicy body under him. In the cave, the man's low growls mixed with the woman's sobbing moans, creating a perfect chord. After an unknown amount of time, even the bravest girl couldn't win against the battle-hardened old hooligan. Wanyan Ping went from actively fighting at the beginning to throwing away her armor and throwing away her armor. In the end, she was utterly defeated and could only beg for mercy. Only then did the two of them end this fierce battle. End of this chapter. Chapter 745. Brother-in-law Wanyan Ping's face was still flushed, and she rested her head on Song Qingshu's chest. Song Qingshu looked at the trophy in his arms with the attitude of a victor. Her body was well proportioned and smooth, and there was not a trace of excess fat on her body. It's really hard for me to imagine how Big Sister's body can withstand your torment every day. Wan Yanping had practiced martial arts since she was young, and she thought her body was much better than her sister's, but if even she couldn't withstand it, then wouldn't her sister be even more vulnerable? That's where you're wrong. Although your sister looks weak, she has practiced dancing since she was young. Her body isn't any worse than yours, and her endurance in this area is much stronger than yours. Although Song Qingshu hadn't had any further physical contact with Wan Yangubai, he was now experienced. He could tell that Wan Yangubai had an internal seduction body. Normal men wouldn't last more than 10 breaths on her body before they would lose their virginity. No wonder he hadn't heard any news of Tang Quobian having other women. With a wife like this, why would he need other women? How is that possible? Hearing that she couldn't compare to her sister in this area, Wan Yanping's face was full of disbelief. You don't believe me? When can I let you two compete on the same stage? Now that he had the antidote, Song Qingshu was in high spirit. He couldn't help but fantasize about Wan Yangubai. In your dreams. Thinking of that ridiculous scene, Wan Yanping's face turned red. Brother-in-law, promise me one thing. Don't tell sister what happened today, okay? Why? Song Qingshu asked curiously. I feel like I stole something from her. Wan Yanping pursed her lips and finally acted like a spoiled child. I don't care. You're not allowed to tell her. Wait until I think about it, I'll tell her myself. Okay then, but this is too unfair to you. Song Qingshu secretly let out a sigh of relief. Actually, if she pestered him to tell Wan Yangubai what happened today, he really didn't know how to face that gentlewoman. This was for the best. Ping doesn't feel unfair to be with brother-in-law. Wan Yanping hugged his arm and said blissfully. Seeing her sweet expression, Song Qingshu felt regret for the first time. If she knew the truth in the future, wouldn't it be too cruel? A man and a woman hugged each other tightly and slept through the night. The next day, after dawn, Song Qingshu and Wan Yanping searched around and finally found a way out of the valley. After searching around for a while, they were pleasantly surprised to find that Wan Yanping's little red horse was still nearby. Of course, Song Qingshu's own horse had long been abandoned somewhere. The two of them rode on the same horse back to Dexingfu. Wan Yanping's love for him was at its strongest. Along the way Song Qingshu enjoyed her tenderness, but for the time being he did not express it. However, as they neared the city gate, Wan Yanping refused to ride the same horse as him no matter what. Song Qingshu had no choice but to dismount and lead the horse towards the city gate. Coincidentally, they went through the same city gate as before. The two soldiers guarding the city gate were also the same two soldiers. After the two entered the city, the two soldiers hurriedly ran to the side and whispered to each other. Look, I wasn't wrong, right? They really ran to the wild outside the city. Damn it. This battle is too King intense. The man's clothes aren't intact, and the woman's pants are also missing a big chunk. Did you notice how the Qi Kingdom's princess looked at her brother-in-law with love in her eyes? She must have been Ked last night. It's infuriating to compare ourselves to others. On the same night, these nobles are King their beautiful sisters-in-law outside, while we can only guard the city gate and drink the northwest wind. Let's get over it. This is fate, sighs. There were not many people on the street in the early morning. Song Qingshu and Wan Yanping chatted in low voices, making her tremble from time to time. Suddenly, Song Qingshu's body shook and he stopped in his tracks. He looked at the lonely figure that was swaying and walking towards him from the side of the street. Brother Yang, long time no see. The person who came was Yang Guo. Song Qingshu looked at his unshaven and slovenly appearance. Even before he got close, he could smell the strong smell of alcohol from his body. At the same time, His clothes were stained with moss that was unique to the city walls, and there was a lot of dew on his hair. Song Qingshu could not help but be shocked. Looking at his appearance, he might have sat on the city wall and drank for the whole night. How could he be so decadent in such a short time? Brother Yang? Yang Guo laughed at himself. Now, in the entire Jin kingdom, only you will call me Brother Yang. But is my surname really Yang? He mumbled vaguely and did not stop to chat with Song Qingshu. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw Wan Yanping sitting on the horse. He could not help but be shocked and blurted out, "Goo goo!" Wan Yanping was looking at Song Qingshu affectionately when she suddenly heard Yang Guo's shout. She could not help but wake up and frowned. "Are you the grandson of the king of Zhao, Wan Yanbingda?" Yang Guo had just happened to see the way Wan Yanping looked at Song Qingshu. The way she looked at him was exactly the same as the way Xiaolong Nu looked at him. Coupled with his hangover, he immediately mistook Wan Yanping for Xiaolong Nu. Now that he noticed the look of disgust on her face, he immediately woke up. "No matter what I do, Goo Goo will not despise me." "You are not Goo Goo." Yang Guo did not answer Wan Yanping's question, and mumbled as he carried the wine pot and walked away. When Song Qingshu heard this, he was shocked. What grandson of the king of Zhao? What Wan Yanbingda? The king of Zhao she was talking about should be Wan Yanhonglai. Yang Guo could indeed be considered his grandson, but who the hell was Wan Yanbingda? "You have been recuperating at home, no wonder you did not know about this." Wan Yanping explained. When the king of Zhao's son, Wan Yankong, died in the Song kingdom, his wife Mu Nianxi was pregnant at the time. When she heard the news of Wan Yankang's death, she disappeared from the Zhao palace. Since then, no one knows where she went. Because the king of Zhao did not have an heir, they declined. Not long ago, the king of Hailing brought back Wan Yankang's posthumous son to acknowledge his ancestors. The king of Zhao's line saw hope for revival and was extremely grateful to the king of Hailing. Oh, the name that the king of Zhao gave that posthumous son was Wan Yanbingda, which is the Yang Guo that you speak of. Oh, how did Wan Yankong become the king of Zhao's son? According to what I know, the king of Zhao's consort, Bao Shiruo, was snatched back by the king of Zhao from a Song man called Yang Tiexin. Isn't Wan Yankong the child of her and her ex-husband Yang Tiexin? Song Qingshu hurriedly asked. Chapter 746. Oh no! Song Qing was startled, knowing that he had exposed himself. He smiled wryly. Perhaps I was injured too badly in Kaifeng and accidentally injured my brain. Now my memory is a bit messed up. Can you explain it to me? You were full of energy last night. You don't look like you were injured at all. Wan Yanping's face turned red and she mumbled something. Luckily, all her attention was on Song Qing, so she didn't have any suspicions. She then began to explain to him, making Song Qing's face light up. It turned out that after Wan Yanhonglai had used despicable means to obtain Bao Shiruo, she had been longing for Yang Tiexin. Although Wan Yanhonglai pretended to be magnanimous, he was actually very unhappy. Every time he saw Bao Shiruo and Yang Tiexin's child, he felt that it was an eyesore, so he secretly had the child killed. Because of the clever method, Bao Shiruo thought that the child had died of illness. However, even if she didn't resent Wan Yanhonglai, she was still very sad that her child had died, and was depressed all day long. It just so happened that Bao Shiruo was pregnant with his own flesh and blood. Wan Yanhonglai was worried that if she continued like this, both mother and child would be in trouble. So he found Elder Pering of the beggar sect and hypnotized Bao Shiruo, altering her memories. When she gave birth to Wan Yanhonglia's son, she thought that it was her and Yang Tiexin's son, Yang Kong. Although Wan Yanhonglai wasn't a good person, he loved Bao Shiruo very much. In order to untie the knot in her heart, he pushed the boat with the current and made his son Yang Kong. From then on, Wan Yan Zongkong, the crown prince of the Jin kingdom, became Yang Kong. Otherwise, no matter how magnanimous Wanyan Honglai was, he wouldn't have doted on the son of his rival in love as if he were his own. Later, Yang Kong met Muniansi, and they had a child, Yangguo. However, this secret was only known by a few people in the upper echelons of the Jin kingdom. Even Yang Kong and Muniansi didn't know about it, so Yangguo didn't know that he was a true descendant of the Jin royal family. His name was Wanyan Bingda. Because Yangguo and Yang Kong looked too similar, Wanyan Liang immediately recognized him. Wanyan Liang's father was Wanyan Zonggan, the eldest son of great ancestor Wanyan Aguda. He was Wanyan Zongkong's cousin, so he naturally knew the secret. Wanyan Liang had inherited his father's title of nobility, so he also knew the reason. So when he met Yang Guo, he thought of a way to bring Yang Guo back to acknowledge his ancestors. Yang Guo had only recently learned of all of this, and he almost collapsed. But the records of the descendants of the imperial family were extremely detailed. In addition to the testimonies of the old members of the household, the facts were laid out in front of him. No wonder he's in such a daze. Song Qing sighed with emotion. It was like being a Chinese all one's life in his previous life. Suddenly, someone came to you and told you that you were actually Japanese. No one could stand it. Back then, Emperor Taizu was gravely ill. Considering that he was surrounded by powerful enemies, he didn't pass the throne to his own son. Instead, he wanted to choose one of his younger brothers to be his successor. Among Taizu's younger brothers, Emperor Taizong and the King of Zhao, Honglai, were the strongest. However, because the King of Zhao didn't handle the issue of having an heir, Taizu still passed the throne to Taizong. Wanyan Ping sighed as she spoke of this. Song Qing had a strange expression on his face. Wanyan Honglai had become the younger brother of great ancestor Wanyan Aguda. This world was really messy, but he had to accept it. After going through the genealogy of the Jin kingdom, he had a general understanding of the political situation of the Jin kingdom. Emperor Taizu passed the throne to Taizong. Later, Taizong wanted to pass the throne to his son. But various forces opposed it, so he had to return the throne to the descendants of Emperor Taizu. Seeing that there was no hope for the throne, Taizong's sons didn't want the throne to fall into the hands of Emperor Taizu's sons. In the end, after a struggle between Emperor Taizu and Taizong, the throne was passed to Emperor Taizu's young grandson, Wanyan Shi. In the early days of Emperor Shizong, the power of the imperial court was divided by Emperor Taizong's sons. Later, those people died in battle or from illness. Emperor Shizong barely regained the power of the emperor. But the long-term oppression made him weak. Soon, the power fell into the hands of Empress Peiman, Wanyan Zongxian, left Prime Minister Wanyan Zongmin, Right Prime Minister Wanyan Zongban, and Prince hailing Wanyan Liang. Among them, Wanyan Zongxian was the representative of the collateral descendants of the Jin kingdom. Left Prime Minister Wanyan Zongmin was the representative of Emperor Taizu's line. Right Prime Minister Wanyan Zongban was the representative of Taizong's line. Song Qing had always thought that Wanyan Liang was the weakest among them. "Humph, you men are all bad." Song Qing was deep in thought when he suddenly heard Wanyan Ping say coquettishly, "Why do you suddenly say that?" Song Qing was extremely gloomy. Why do these women like to shoot all over the place? He really got shot even though he was lying down. In the past, the King of Zhao played with Princess Zhao like that. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? Originally, according to Wanyan Ping's personality, she wouldn't have cared about this kind of thing. Instead, she admired the King of Zhao's decisiveness. But after giving her body last night, she was worried and unknowingly put herself in the shoes of Princess Zhao. The King of Zhao is the King of Zhao, I am me okay. Song Qing suddenly stopped breathing. He thought to himself, with his dishonorable methods, what right do he have to look down on the King of Zhao? Feeling guilty? Wanyan Ping was just saying it casually. She didn't expect Song Qing to have such a reaction. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. "Little girl, what nonsense are you talking about? See how brother-in-law will deal with you." As he spoke, Song Qing made threatening gestures and was about to pounce on her. "Brother-in-law, spare me," Wan Yenping cried out and hurriedly ran forward. The two of them fooled around and unknowingly returned to Tang Quo's residence. Suddenly seeing Wan Yengubai standing at the door, Wan Yenping jumped to the side like a startled rabbit. Song Qing also awkwardly retracted his hand that was tickling her and laughed awkwardly. "You were waiting for us here?" "Yes, you haven't returned all night. If you hadn't returned, I would have sent someone to look for you." Wan Yengubai's gaze swept over Wan Yenping. "You two have a good chat. I still have matters to attend to in the palace. I'm going back first." For some reason, Wan Yenping found that she couldn't face her sister's gentle gaze. She instinctively wanted to run away. Who knew that as soon as she turned around, a numbing feeling came from below. Her entire body froze. She then continued to climb onto the horse and hurriedly left. Seeing that Wan Yenping had left, Song Qing didn't want to face Tang Quobian's wife alone. He hurriedly said, "Last night, she was bitten by a snake and fell off the cliff. We spent the whole night looking for a way out in the valley. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now." "Really?" Wan Yengubai replied calmly. When Song Qing passed by her, she couldn't help but sigh. "It's fine if Ping is a child, but how can you be so careless? Her body hasn't fully grown yet. How can she withstand your torment?" Chapter 747. Song Qing was dumbfounded. Before he could say anything, Wan Yenjebi turned around and left expressionlessly. It was obvious that she did not want to listen to anything he had to say. Song Qing opened his mouth and tried to hold her back several times, but he gave up in the end. He sighed in his heart and thought, "That's good too. I don't have to think of ways to distance myself from her in the future. It's probably impossible for me to get close to her now." After returning to his room, Song Qing sat cross-legged on his bed and began to meditate. Last night's tumble down the slope was no less than the continuous palm attacks of dozens of martial arts masters. Even with his profound internal energy, he almost couldn't withstand it. Now that he had the antidote for Ru's intoxication, he decided to rescue Song Yuanxiao and the others at night. When the time came, it would be inevitable that there would be a chaotic battle. He had to ensure that he was in his best condition. And Floral. During this period of time, he had been constantly injured. Fortunately, he had been nourished by Wan Yenping's pure yin qi last night, which allowed him to recover with half the effort. After meditating until night, Song Qing finally opened his eyes. After this period of intentionally or unintentionally distancing themselves from him, coupled with the fact that she knew about him and her sister, Wan Yenjebi no longer stepped into his room. Song Qing was also happy to be free and unfettered. No matter what he wanted to do, he didn't have to worry about how to avoid her. Seeing that it was getting late, Song Qing changed into his night clothes and used his lightness skill to rush toward the Jin Kingdom's palace. For him now, the Jin Kingdom's palace could be said to be a walk in the park. It didn't take him long to find the vicinity of the laundry yard. Song Qing hid in a nearby tree and carefully observed the defense of the courtyard for a while. Seeing that it was the same as before, he could not help but secretly nodded. He had to be careful. After all, he only had one chance. After all, the Jin Kingdom's imperial palace was heavily guarded. Once he failed, it would be difficult to rescue Song Yuanxiao and the others. Just as Song Qing was about to act, the door of the room where Song Yuanxiao and the others were imprisoned suddenly opened. A group of people came out, led by a young girl who was Wan Yenping. Two extraordinary guards followed behind her. They were the two masters whom Song Qing was afraid of when he first came to the laundry yard. During this period of time, he had already found out their identities from Wan Yenping. One was called Pusan Hutu, and the other was Pucha Shiji. They were both famous masters of the Jin Kingdom, especially Pucha Shiji. He was born with extraordinary strength and had practiced the internal strength cultivation method collected by the royal family. In terms of palm strength alone, many top masters in the world could not defeat him. Behind the two were a large number of guards, surrounding Song Yuanqiao and the others. Song Qing hurriedly steadied himself and decided to observe the situation first. Firstly, he had just had intimate contact with Wan Yanping. If he accidentally hurt her now, he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. Secondly, with Pusan Hutu and Pucha Shiji around, it would not be easy to rescue them. Although Song Qing was not afraid of the two with his current cultivation, this was the Jin Kingdom's palace after all. They could hold him back, but when a large number of guards arrived, it would be extremely difficult to rescue Song Yuanqiao and the others. I wonder what they are going to do? Song Qing was a little annoyed. If the Jin Kingdom wanted to kill Song Yuanqiao and the others, he would have to do it. But it didn't seem like it. After all, they were still useful. If they really wanted to kill them, they could have done it in the house without anyone knowing. Why would they bring them out? Could it be that they are going to change their place of detention? Song Qing was shocked. If that was the case, wouldn't all his plans be for naught? Soon, Song Qing let out a sigh of relief. It turned out that Song Yuanqiao and the others were not taken out of the courtyard, but to another palace in the courtyard. Song Qing's expression suddenly became strange. When he first investigated the washing clothes yard, he passed by these palaces and knew that there were many women living in them. Thinking back to how Wan Yanping had threatened Song Yuanqiao and the others, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wan Yanping wouldn't really let Song Yuanqiao and the others become the son-in-law of the Song dynasty, would she? Master Song, 4th Hero Zhang and 6th Hero Yin, I've given you so much time to think about it. Now I'll give you one last chance. Are you willing to cooperate with the Jin Kingdom? Wan Yanping's voice rang out, confirming Song Qing's guess. Song Yuanqiao and the others looked at each other and saw the hesitation in each other's eyes. But no one was willing to speak. Song Qing had previously analyzed with them that the Jin Kingdom valued the Song dynasty's princesses very much and would not be willing to use them on them. It seems that the famous heroes of Wu Dang are just greedy and lecherous people. Wan Yanping immediately became angry. She waved her hand, and the guard who was waiting at the side took out the medicine they had prepared and poured it into the mouths of Song Yuanqiao and the others. Song Qing was too far away and could not save them in time. But based on his judgment, this medicine should not be poison. It was very likely that it was that kind of medicine. After thinking it through, Song Qing was not in a hurry to save them. Heroes, what you ate just now is a strange medicine from Western Xia's first-class hall. It is called Yin-Yang Harmony Powder. What is the effect of this medicine? Wan Yanping's face suddenly turned red. The three of you have a lot of experience in the world of martial artists. Even if you have never heard of it before, you should be able to guess what it is just by hearing its name. But I have to remind you that if you do not find someone to balance your yin and yang within 4 hours after taking this medicine, you will die from the evil fire. The three of you may have strong willpower and would rather die than submit, but there are 3 princesses of the Song dynasty in this room. They have also taken this medicine. If you die, there will be no one to cure them of the poison, and they will die. If the 3 of you are willing to personally kill the 3 princesses of the Song dynasty, then you will have no one to cure them of the poison for 4 hours. They will also die. Song Qing gasped in amazement when he heard this. Wan Yanping had been docile and obedient in his arms, but he did not expect that her schemes would be so vicious. Not only did she give Song Yuanqiao and the others an aphrodisiac, she even gave them a dignified reason to save the princesses. She reduced their chaotic feelings of guilt and destroyed their willpower. In truth, this combination was really brilliant. Song Qing could not help but admire this sister-in-law of his. At that moment, Song Yuanqiao and the others were shocked and angry. They started cursing, "You're so vicious. What kind of hero are you to use such a despicable scheme?" Wanyan Ping's expression turned cold. "I've never been a hero. Bring them in." When she saw that Song Yuanxiao and the others were sent into the room, Wanyan Ping ordered her subordinates, "Guard outside. Once we're done, bring them back to the prison. No one is allowed to say a single word about what happened today. If I hear even a single word about this outside, all the guards on duty tonight will be beheaded. Do you hear me?" "Yes." The expressions of the group of guards turned cold as they replied while trembling with fear. Wanyan Ping nodded her head in satisfaction. Looking at the moving figures in the room, she laughed coldly and said to herself, "Tomorrow, this princess will use this scandal as a threat. I don't believe that the three of you won't submit." After laughing coldly a few times, Wanyan Ping hurriedly left with Pu San Hutu and Pu Cha Shijie. This time, it was Song Qing's turn to be in a difficult position. What should he do with the mess in front of him? Chapter 748. Now that Wanyan Ping had left and her two top experts were gone, even though there were many guards in the laundry yard, Song Qingshu didn't place them in his eyes. But the problem was, what would he do after saving them? Thinking about the scene of him running around the palace with three lustful old men, Song Qingshu felt a wave of disgust. Actually, based on his previous experiences, he had a way to cure the poison of this aphrodisiac, but he needed a quiet place to slowly use his internal energy to cure it. But now that he was in danger, would the guards in the palace give him such a chance? Besides, he had previously cured women. Whether or not those methods would be effective on men was another matter. And even if they were effective, thinking about how to cure a few old men, Song Qingshu's body shivered. How could this process compare to curing 1,000 charming and soft girls? Not to mention, there were still 3 other poisoned princesses. Was he really going to leave them and let them burn with desire to death? Song Qingshu weighed the pros and cons and finally made a deceptive decision. Wait and see. He would first wait for Song Yuanxiao and the others to cure the poison inside before he went to save them. Even though this seemed like a huge scandal, and if it got back to the southern Song dynasty, Wu Dang would not be able to establish itself in Jianghu, but this matter was known to the heavens and earth. Apart from the people involved, only Wanyan Ping and a few others knew. These normal guards wouldn't dare to leak even half a word. Therefore, it was completely possible to cover up this matter. As for the 3 Song dynasty princesses, he had long heard about the incident in the laundry yard. When the Jin invaded Bianjing, they captured a large number of imperial concubines, princesses, and noble ladies. On the way back to the north, they were humiliated. To put it bluntly, other than a few infants who were still in swaddling clothes, the princesses of the laundry yard were already ruined flowers and willows. One more or one less wouldn't make any difference to them, and they wouldn't commit suicide like a normal virgin. I can only inconvenience the 3 princesses. Song Qingshu sighed to himself. After all, he was a man and not a god, and he had no other choice. But he was still a bit worried. He found a place with the weakest guards and used Qinggong to sneak in through the skylight. Looking down from the beam, the scene that greeted his eyes almost made Song Qingshu have a nosebleed. He saw Song Yuanxiao and the other 2 sitting in a circle meditating with flushed faces. But the 3 gorgeously dressed women were half undone, revealing a large portion of their snow-white bodies. They kept entangling around the 3, twisting and turning in their embrace. Song Qingshu sized up the 3 princesses. They didn't seem to be young anymore. They were probably in their early 30s. However, they had pretty faces and could be considered beauties. Coupled with their special identities, they were quite charming overall. Song Qingshu's eyes almost popped out of them. The words that Song Yuanxiao forced out after a long time almost made Song Qingshu burst into laughter. What kind of situation was this? How could he still say such nerdy things? "Dear big brother, Our bodies are so hot, so uncomfortable. What answered him was a seductive voice. Even Song Qingshu, who had experienced a lot of women before, felt his body go limp, let alone Song Yuanxiao and the others. Good brother, our bodies are so hot, so uncomfortable. What answered him was a coquettish voice. Even someone like Song Qingshu, who had been through a lot, felt half his body go limp, let alone Song Yuanxiao and the others. Song Qingshu noticed that the last bit of clarity in the eyes of Song Yuanxiao and the others had faded. He knew that what was going to happen would happen. He didn't have a habit of peeping, so he quietly went back the way he came. I can't let them know that I just went there. Otherwise, if they find out that I just stood by and watched, I won't be able to keep my face. They'll all come after me with a knife. Song Qingshu secretly made up his mind. Song Qingshu stood guard outside for a while. When he heard the sounds in the palace gradually die down, he knew that it was about time. He sneaked back. He couldn't wait for them to finish before going in. At that time, the guards outside would also go in. The alluring scene in the palace made Song Qingshu secretly click his tongue. He saw that Song Yuanxiao and the others had already woken up and dressed up. Their faces were full of guilt and self-blame, and they kept apologizing to the three princesses. On the other hand, the three princesses were very calm, as if they were already used to this kind of thing. Song Qingshu's figure flashed, and he struck the sleeping acupuncture points of the three princesses. Looking at the astonished Song Yuanxiao and the others, he pretended to be sorrowful. Qingshu came late, and caused the three of you to suffer. Suffer? Song Yuanxiao and the others blushed. Even though they were feeling guilty, they couldn't help but admit that the feeling just now had nothing to do with suffering. The few of us have done such a shameful thing. How can we still have the face to go back and see Master? Song Yuanxiao was ashamed and angry at the same time. He raised his palm and chopped down on the top of his head. Song Qingshu was startled. He only relaxed when he realized that his hands were powerless. He couldn't help but say, "This matter can't be blamed on you. You can only blame the genes for being too shameless and cunning." That's right. Especially that witch Wanyan Ping. As a woman, she actually thought of such a vicious plan. Zhang Song, she was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Song Qingshu thought to himself, if you knew that Wanyan Ping is already my woman, who knows what you would think. He took the opportunity to comfort them. If you all commit suicide now, other than making your enemies happy, it still won't help the situation. The genes can still use this matter to smear Wu Dang's name. And with the evidence of your suicide, I'm afraid the world will have to believe it even if they don't want to. Then what should we do? Lighting had already lost his soul. His mind was a mess, and he asked subconsciously. Flatly deny this matter. Song Qingshu said quickly. I've already found the antidote for Rouge Drunk. Now I'll save you all. When the time comes, the genes can only suffer in silence. Without evidence, they can't carry out their conspiracy. This. Song Yuanxiao suddenly felt a little move. Big brother, what Qingshu said makes a lot of sense. Our personal honor is small, but Wu Dang's reputation is big. Zhang Song, she hurriedly said. No. Song Yuanxiao said in a low voice. It's easy for us to leave, but what about them? The genes will definitely vent their anger on us, and they'll suffer inhumane abuse. Although we can hide it from the world, we can't hide it from our own hearts. We cultivators cultivate our own hearts. How can we just leave after hurting them? Zhang Songshi and Lighting nodded. That's right. Leaving like this is really unchivalrous. Then what do you want to do? Song Qingshu was also speechless. Now that time was tight, they were actually so pedantic. We've heard that the princesses of the Song dynasty were kidnapped by the genes. Now that we know they're in the laundry yard, if we can save the princesses and bring them back to our country, first, we can save our Han people's face, and second, we can save them from the abyss of suffering. This can also reduce the sins we've committed today. Song Yuanxiao couldn't help but look ashamed. Song Qingshu was immediately dumbfounded. It's easy for you to say. Just to save the three of you, I've already racked my brains. There are at least 10 or 20 princesses in the laundry yard. How can I save them? Chapter 749. Song Yuanxiao shook his head. Qingshu, I've already made up my mind. If you can't save all these princesses, I won't leave either. Zhang Songshi and Yin Lighting hesitated for a moment before expressing their agreement. Don't tell me you don't care about Wudong's reputation anymore? Song Qingshu was angry and anxious. He really didn't know what to say. Qingshu, you don't have to say anything, Zhang Songshi also spoke up. Since we've committed a mistake, we should face it calmly. Master is not an ordinary person. After knowing the situation here, he will definitely agree with our actions. Song Qingshu was secretly impressed when he saw how the three of them had changed from fear to determination. He then looked at the three pitiful princesses on the ground and thought back to when he read about the shame of Jing Kong in his previous life. His heart was filled with righteous indignation and he thought, "Fine, let me defy the heavens and change fate." Although his blood was boiling, he still maintained a clear mind and quickly analyzed, to save these princesses, we need a long-term plan. I'm afraid it won't be possible today. In order to avoid alerting the enemy, I'll have to trouble you to suffer here for a period of time, and that which Wanyan Ping. Zhang Songshi was instantly overjoyed. Qingshu, we're already overjoyed that you're willing to take such a huge risk to save them. This little bit of hardship is nothing. However, that which will definitely use this as a threat tomorrow to force us to learn the secret arts of Wudong. How should we deal with this? Yin Lighting said with a worried expression. That's easy, Song Qingshu said quickly. When the time comes, you'll give her 9 true and 1 false incantation to ensure that she can deal with it while retaining the essence of Wudong's unique skills. You're more familiar with Wudong's martial arts than I am, so you'll have to figure out how to balance it out. Zhang Songshi couldn't help but be overjoyed. This is a brilliant plan, Qingshu. How did you think of this? Who told you to not read the legend of the Condor heroes? Song Qingshu cursed in his heart and quickly said, Now is not the time to talk about this. The guards outside are about to come in. I'll be leaving first, take care of yourselves. He unsealed the pressure points of the 3 princesses on the ground and Song Qingshu's body floated away like a feather. Qingshu's Qing Gong is truly unparalleled. Zhang Songshi couldn't help but exclaim. Fourth brother, you flatter me. Although Yuan Xiao said this, he couldn't help but show a trace of pride on his face. Eldest senior brother, fourth senior brother, I have a presumptuous request. Yin Lighting suddenly stammered. What is it? Song Yuanxiao and Zhang Songshi looked at each other. They didn't know what was making him feel so awkward. About today's matter. If we die in the Jin Kingdom, it'll be fine. But if we're lucky enough to return to Wudong sect, I hope you two can keep this a secret in front of Buhui. Yin Lighting looked embarrassed. Don't worry, we will definitely keep our mouths shut in front of sister-in-law. Song Yuanxiao and Zhang Songshi's faces turned red, thinking that this wasn't something to be proud of. Weren't we the same as you? Song Yuanxiao and Zhang Songshi blushed. This isn't something to be proud of. Aren't we the same as you? At this time, the 3 princesses had already woken up. The guards outside were also coming in, so the 3 of them shut their mouths and didn't say another word. Coming out of the laundry yard, Song Qingshu walked around the back palace in boredom. He was having a headache. If he wanted to save the poor princesses of the Song dynasty, there were 2 problems. The first was how to save so many people from the heavily guarded palace. The second was how to safely transport them out of the city. No matter what, Song Qingshu was at his wits' end. Let's find a chance to get in touch with the princesses of the laundry yard. I need to know how many of them are there and their situations. Only then can I make a plan. Song Qingshu was so frustrated that he finally had an idea. With such a big commotion today, there was no way he could go to the laundry yard. Song Qingshu decided to go back to Tangqua's mansion first. But after a few steps, he suddenly had an idea. He changed his direction and went to Xiaoxingguo's residence. Song Qingshu didn't know why he suddenly decided to go there. Maybe he wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet the yellow-robed woman again? But he knew this idea was ridiculous. Last time, the yellow-robed woman left without a sound. Would she come back to see a little eunuch? In a dark corner, Song Qingshu quietly put on Xiaoxingguo's human skin mask and swaggered into the imperial palace with Xiaoxingguo's face. He felt a little diffident in his heart. Xiaoxingguo had disappeared for a few days. Did anyone suspect anything? Also, he had an appointment with the Empress once every 3 days. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he stood her up. Xiaoxingguo's residence was pitch black. It didn't seem like anyone was there. But with Song Qingshu's cultivation, he could faintly sense a faint aura inside. He didn't know if it was the yellow-robed woman or someone else with ulterior motives. After all, Xiaoxingguo's death was unclear. He didn't know who in this big palace wanted his life. Song Qingshu had to be careful. On the surface, Song Qingshu pretended to be unguarded and swaggered inside. Just as he pushed the door open, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes. Song Qingshu hesitated for a moment and did not fight back. Instead, he pretended to be panic-stricken and said, "Heroine, spare me." He cursed inwardly as soon as he spoke. Logically, a little eunuch like Xiaoxingguo shouldn't be able to tell whether the person hiding in the dark was a man or a woman. Sure enough, the cold voice of the yellow-robed woman came to his ears. "How do you know it's me?" Song Qingshu rolled his eyes and came up with an idea. He pretended to be confused. "If it's not the heroine, who else could it be?" "Humph." The yellow-robed woman withdrew her long sword and seemed to accept his explanation. She turned around and walked into the inner room. It could be seen that she was staggering and her face was paler than before. Song Qingshu asked subconsciously, "Heroine, are you hurt again?" "It's none of your business." The yellow-robed woman leaned against the bed and sat down. Although she looked tired and weak, her peerless beauty didn't diminish. When Song Qingshu looked at her, she also raised her head to look at him. Noticing Song Qingshu's gaze, she was stunned at first and then said angrily, "If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyes out." Song Qingshu hurriedly withdrew his gaze and said with some dissatisfaction, "Beauty is for people to look at. I don't know why you are so excited." The yellow-robed woman was so angry that she laughed. "You are an eunuch. What do you know about beauty?" Song Qingshu immediately shouted, "The eunuch is not missing his eyes. Why can't I see beauty?" The yellow-robed woman's pale cheeks had a faint blush. She pursed her lips and snorted. "Shameless." Chapter 750. I found that I underestimated you before. The yellow-robed woman leaned against the headboard, her eyes wide open as if deep in thought. Song Qingshu's heart jumped and he said unnaturally, "What do you mean?" "I've secretly come back a few times in the past few days, but I was surprised to find that you haven't come back." The suspicion in the yellow-robed woman's eyes grew stronger. "You have a lot of secrets." Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. In this period of time, in order to get the antidote for rouge intoxication, he had spent all his time on Wanyan Ping. He didn't have the time to pretend to be a eunuch. His eyes turned and he thought, I didn't think that heroine would care about me so much. I'm really touched. Ever since I was young, I've always been looked down upon by others. Now that I can receive Fairy Sister's care, even if I die right now, my life will be worth it." "Who cares about you?" The yellow-robed woman's eyebrows rose and her cheeks reddened. She was obviously annoyed with Song Qingshu's words. Song Qingshu deliberately put on a confused expression. Fairy sister, if you don't care about me, then why do you come every day? Who wants to come every day? The yellow-robed woman sat up with some annoyance. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't unsealed your acupuncture point, I wouldn't have bothered to come back. Also, don't call me fairy sister. Song Qingshu saw that her face was flushed and her eyes were wandering. He couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "She really is a fairy with a heavenly charm." Noticing his gaze, the yellow-robed woman became annoyed again. Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "If I don't call you fairy sister, then what should I call you? I can't keep calling you heroine, right?" The yellow-robed woman hesitated and said in a low voice, "My surname is Yang." "Nonsense, of course I know your surname is Yang." Song Qingshu's teeth itched with hatred. He had put in so much effort to know her first name and not her surname. But he also understood that in this era, other than the people closest to her, women generally wouldn't tell others their names. He couldn't find any excuse to ask. "Come here." The yellow-robed woman beckoned to him. "What?" Song Qingshu didn't react for a moment. The yellow-robed woman frowned. She didn't know why she had angered her so easily. She said in annoyance, "If you want to bleed to death, you don't have to come here." Song Qingshu then remembered that he had been hit by her unique vein sealing technique. If it wasn't released in time, he would bleed to death. Even though he had moved his acupoints to evade when the yellow-robed woman had sealed them, he naturally couldn't show it now. "Are you really so cruel as to kill me? I always thought that you were joking with me," Song Qingshu said in surprise. Song Qingshu ran to her side and immediately smelled a faint fragrance that was neither orchid nor musk. A thought immediately appeared in his mind, and he did not know whether to laugh or cry. "Are these women's cosmetics pickled? Why do they all smell so good?" Noticing that Song Qingshu was lost in thought again, the yellow-robed woman couldn't help but want to laugh. It wasn't strange for other men to be dazed by her beauty, but this was clearly not the case for this little eunuch. Since she knew him, she found that he would be lost in thought from time to time. He really was a somewhat silly little eunuch. Casually sealing a few acupuncture points on his chest, the yellow-robed woman snorted. "Okay, now you don't have to worry about bleeding from your orifices for the time being. Thank you, Miss Yang." Song Qingshu suddenly came back to his senses and his smile suddenly became a bit stiff. "Wait, what do you mean by temporarily?" Seeing his deflated appearance, the yellow-robed woman couldn't help but purse her lips and smile. "Temporary is temporary. Although I helped you unseal the previous death acupuncture point so that you won't immediately bleed from your 7 orifices, I also sealed a new death acupuncture point. If I don't unseal it for you after a while, you will still bleed from your 7 orifices." "Ah!" Song Qingshu's expression suddenly changed. He went up and hugged the yellow-robed woman's legs. He cried and made a fuss. "My great aunt, you can't play with me like this. Hey, what are you doing? Let go of me." The yellow-robed woman was angry and anxious. She tried to shake him off several times but failed. Song Qingshu hugged her legs tightly and rubbed his face on her legs. He took the opportunity to wipe his snot and tears on her skirt. Only then did he secretly vent his hatred. I've always been scared by you. I have to take advantage of you to relieve the hatred in my heart. If you don't let go, don't blame me for being impolite." The yellow-robed woman had never been so close to a man since she was a child. Although the other party was just a eunuch, her face was still as red as an apple. Although this woman's mouth is a bit fierce, her heart is really not bad. If it was someone else who was cruel and merciless, they would have kicked this little eunuch away. Song Qingshu saw that he had taken advantage of enough. He stopped while he was ahead and let go of the yellow-robed woman before she completely exploded. The yellow-robed woman's chest rose and fell violently. She couldn't help but glare at Song Qingshu fiercely. After a long time, she suppressed the anger in her heart. "If it was another man who dared to treat me like this, I would have killed him long ago. Seeing that it was an unintentional mistake, I will temporarily spare your life. However, you cannot escape punishment. Since your hands touched me, cut off your hands to apologize to me." Song Qingshu was immediately dumbfounded. He had just praised her kindness. How come he was slapped in the face in the blink of an eye? Seeing his dumbfounded appearance, the yellow-robed woman's lips moved slightly, but she quickly covered it up. "Of course, if you can do one thing for me, I won't pursue this matter." "Don't say one thing, even if it was 10, I would agree." Song Qingshu hurriedly put on an expression of fear and trepidation. Inside, he was thinking, with the yellow-robed woman's martial arts, what matter would she need the help of a little eunuch to do? "Last time, from the words of those 2 little eunuchs, you seem to be a favored person in front of the Empress?" the yellow-robed woman casually mentioned. Song Qingshu's heart jumped. For a moment, he didn't know what she was planning. "I can't be considered a favored person. It's just that the Empress sometimes summons me to do some things." "Then you must know the way to the Empress Palace?" The yellow-robed woman's eyes were burning. Why did it sound more and more strange? It felt like she was going to assassinate someone. Song Qingshu wanted to say he didn't know, but that was too fake. Last time, she clearly had 2 little eunuchs take him to the Empress Palace. "Should know, if you know then you know. If you don't know then you don't know." The yellow-robed woman was very dissatisfied with his wording and coldly said, "Immediately take me to the Empress Palace, and I won't pursue your rude behavior." Chapter 751. "My great-aunt, you're trying to kill me!" Song Qingshu cried out in alarm. The yellow-robed woman raised her eyebrows and said, "What great-aunt? It's so unpleasant." Song Qingshu smiled bitterly and said, "Heroine, fairy sister, if I don't take you there, you will cut off my hands at most, and you will not unblock my acupuncture points at most. But if I take you to the Empress's bedchamber to assassinate her, it will be a crime of 9 generations." Song Qingshu was very satisfied with his performance. He felt that if he traveled back to his previous life, it would be easy for him to win the Best Actor award. "You only need to take me to the Empress's bedchamber, and the rest has nothing to do with you. Who will know that you will take me there?" Seeing that Song Qingshu still refused, the yellow-robed woman had to explain patiently, "You can rest assured that I am definitely not going to assassinate her." "Then what are you going to do?" Song Qingshu asked tentatively. "That's none of your business." Seeing that he kept making excuses, the yellow-robed woman became a little impatient. "Are you going to take me there or not? If you take me there, you may not be in trouble. If you don't take me there, you will be in trouble immediately. You choose." Song Qingshu hesitated. Looking at Empress Pei Man's attitude toward Xiaoxingguo, she seemed to be planning something. He originally thought that he had no chance to take advantage of it. If he took the yellow-robed woman there at this time, it would definitely destroy her plan. But if he didn't take the yellow-robed woman there, he couldn't deal with it now. "Okay, I will take the heroine there, but I hope the heroine will keep her promise." Song Qingshu showed a helpless look, but he finally agreed because he was also curious about why the yellow-robed woman was looking for Empress Pei Man. In this way, the yellow-robed woman held Song Qingshu hostage and walked all the way to the Empress's bedchamber. After tossing around in the laundry yard for most of the night, the sky was gradually turning white. Seeing this, the yellow-robed woman frowned slightly and stopped Song Qingshu. Instead of continuing to walk slowly, she reached out to grab his collar and began to take him back and forth in the imperial palace with lightness skills. Along the way, in addition to telling her the direction from time to time, Song Qingshu spent the rest of the time focusing on the fragrance on her body. Intentionally or unintentionally, he leaned against her to feel the soft and touching touch of her delicate body. After being bullied by her for so long, he had to collect some interest, right? The yellow-robed woman also noticed his actions, but because he was a eunuch, she didn't think in that direction. She just thought that he had never seen lightness skills and was afraid at this time, so she leaned against him and let him do what he wanted. With Song Qingshu's guidance, she avoided the patrolling guards of the imperial palace and finally successfully entered the Empress' bedchamber. Who knew that the Empress wasn't inside? Song Qingshu couldn't help but give a big sigh of relief. He liked this kind of happy ending the most. But he hadn't been happy for long when a sound came from outside the imperial palace. Hearing the movements of the eunuchs and maids, it seemed that the Empress had returned. The yellow-robed woman's gaze swept around the hall. She grabbed Song Qingshu and flew to a beam on the roof, using the shadow of the beam to hide the two of them. Now that you aren't flying, you should let go of your hand. The yellow-robed woman's gaze landed on Song Qingshu's hand that was wrapped around her waist. Her gaze instantly became unfriendly. Just now I was nervous and carelessly hugged you. Please forgive me, fairy. Song Qingshu embarrassedly let go of his hand. Shut up, someone has come in. Don't talk. The yellow-robed woman reached out to cover his mouth and focused all her attention on what was below. With her small hand covering his mouth, Song Qingshu's heart couldn't help but sway. That white and smooth skin, that soft feeling, made him sigh again and again. So playing dumb has this kind of benefit. Song Qingshu suddenly became mischievous and stuck out his tongue to lick her palm. The yellow-robed woman only felt her hand being touched by something warm and wet. She immediately pulled her hand back. Seeing Song Qingshu's cheap smile, she finally realized what it was. She couldn't help but be angry and shouted in a low voice, "What are you doing?" Song Qingshu chuckled and said, "I couldn't hold it in for a moment, so, when the yellow-robed woman heard his nonsense and saw his expression, she couldn't help but become angry. However, the people outside had already come in, so it wasn't convenient for her to act up. She could only suppress her anger. Worried that the other would do something else, she casually sealed his acupuncture point to prevent him from moving. Song Qingshu was already prepared. He shifted his acupuncture point and dodged the ceiling. However, he still pretended that his acupuncture point had been sealed and looked towards the door of the hall. A group of eunuchs and palace maids were in front clearing the way. Empress Peiman was surrounded in the middle. In the middle, her phoenix-like eyes were filled with power. She was sexy with a hint of nobility, and her temperament was still so unique. However, Song Qingshu's gaze was more focused on the two little palace maids behind her. He hadn't seen them before when he came to the Empress Palace. It seemed that they were new palace maids. The reason these two palace maids attracted Song Qingshu's attention was because they were outrageously beautiful. The surrounding palace maids were like heaven and earth compared to them. There was also a faint worry hidden between their brows. They looked especially lovely and moving. That soft temperament was completely different from the passionate and unrestrained Lady Jinren. They looked more like daughters born by the rivers of Jiangnan. Song Qingshu suddenly felt the yellow-robed woman's body tremble. He couldn't help turning his head to look, and saw that she was staring fixedly at the two little palace maids with a deliberately suppressed excitement. Why is she having such a big reaction? Could it be that these two little palace maids are her long-lost daughters? Song Qingshu couldn't help but speculate maliciously. Of course, he quickly denied this speculation. After all, no matter how early the women of this world married, the age difference between mother and daughter would not be so small. Even though the yellow-robed woman was much older than the two little palace maids, she was not old enough to be their mother. Empress Peiman walked straight to the phoenix couch and sat down. The two little palace maids shyly knelt in front of her. Empress Peiman opened her mouth and was about to say something when a commotion came from outside the door. What is going on outside? Empress Peiman's brow furrowed. Empress, it is His Highness Wei Wang. He insisted on barging in. A eunuch stammered. Dog servant, Ben Wang came in to pay respects to Empress. What is barging in? A young man wearing an official robe swaggered in. Hearing the eunuch's words, He kicked his butt without another word. A trace of anger flashed across Empress Pei Man's face, but she quickly concealed it. She lightly waved her hand. Xiao Zhuozima spoke. Come, take it off and open your mouth 20 times. On the beam, Song Qingshu's heart moved. It was clearly this Wei Wang who had been rude first. Pei Man, as the Empress, not only did not reprimand him, she punished her own subordinate. What was the background of this person that even the Empress was so afraid of him? End of this chapter. Chapter 752. Song Qingshu couldn't help but find it strange. Now that Shizong was weak, the power of the court was divided between the Empress and a few powerful officials. With Empress Pei Man's current status and power, there was no reason for her to be so afraid of a young man. Furthermore, she was the other's elder. It turned out that Shizong's health was not very good. He had been the emperor for so long and only had one son. Pei Man's son had been made the crown prince. Unfortunately, good times did not last long. The crown prince died not long after he was born. Since then, Pei Man had never had another son. Instead, another concubine in the inner palace had given birth to a prince for Shizong, who was now Wei Wang. Even though Wei Wang was not a legitimate son, he was Shizong's only son. Anyone with eyes could see that he would inherit the throne in the future. Wei Wang's mother and son were also clear about all this. Wei Wang's mother and son were slightly more restrained. Wei Wang was not so shrewd and showed everything in his heart. Pei Man had been humiliated by him many times, but she chose to avoid it each time. Of course, the reason for all this was unknown to Song Qingshu now. He would only be able to understand the complicated relationships in the palace after he returned and investigated. Your Highness is indeed fair in rewards and punishments. It's good enough that you didn't kill such a disrespectful servant. Wei Wang laughed. Empress Pei Man was secretly angry. She said coolly, "What is Wei Wang doing here so early in the morning?" "Oh," Wei Wang replied unconcernedly, "I'm here to pay my respects to your Highness." Wei Wang is considerate. Wei Wang clearly had no intention of paying his respects even now, but Empress Pei Man acted as though he had already paid his respects. Wei Wang smiled lightly. There was not a trace of respect in his expression. Suddenly, he stretched lazily as though he was tired from standing. Without greeting the Empress, he pulled a chair to the side and sat down. Then, he called for the palace maid to serve tea, as though he was in his own home. The palace maid glanced at the Empress. Seeing that the Empress was expressionless, she ran over to bring a cup of tea. Who knew that Wei Wang picked it up and swirled it in his mouth for a while before spitting it back into the cup. Empress Pei Man's eyelids twitched. Is this high-quality Westlake Longjing not worthy of Wei Wang's discerning eyes? Wei Wang laughed strangely. The tea is good, but this prince just experienced an assassination with poison not long ago. I don't dare to eat this now. It's better to be careful. Empress Pei Man suppressed her anger. From Wei Wang's words, does it mean that I will poison you? I don't dare, but it's always good to be careful. After all, I am the only son left in my father's family. King Wei pretended to apologize as he added a sentence with a hidden meaning. As expected, Pei Man's expression changed. Wei Wang's words hit the sore spot in her heart. If Wei Wang wasn't Shizong's only son, how could she allow him to be so arrogant? Thinking of her dead child, Empress Pei Man's complexion became even worse. Haha, since the greetings are over, this prince will take his leave first. Wei Wang also knew that this woman was powerful. He reckoned that it was enough for today, so he stood up and bade farewell. In the end, when he passed by the two little palace maids kneeling on the ground, he accidentally caught a glimpse of the appearance of the two women. His eyes instantly revealed a trace of amazement. He could not help but blurt out, "There are actually such stunning beauties in this world, and what's even rarer is a pair of sisters." Although the two women had their own characteristics, There were still some similarities between their eyebrows. The Prince of Wei had seen countless women. The relationship between the two girls is revealed. Before Empress Peiman could say anything, Wei Wang spoke up. Empress, Ben Wang's food just happens to have two maids who serve tea and water. Ben Wang thinks that these two little palace maids are not bad. Would Empress be willing to part with them? Empress Peiman looked at him with a faint smile. Wei Wang can have any of my palace maids, but these two have special identities. It's best that Wei Wang doesn't have any ideas about them. Wei Wang first stilled and then sneered. What identity can two palace maids have? Other than father, is there any other woman in the palace that has a higher status than this prince? Seeing Empress Peiman's expression change, Wei Wang smiled and added, "Of course, Her Majesty isn't one of them." It would have been better if he hadn't added that. Now that he explained, anyone with eyes could tell that he was targeting the Empress. Empress Peiman's gaze froze and then she smiled. Wei Wang, if you really want them, I won't stop you. But don't blame me for saying this first. You won't be able to bear the consequences. This woman really knows how to play tricks. Wei Wang sneered inwardly. Not just two palace maids, when I ascend the throne, according to the rules of the grasslands, other than my biological mother, won't all of father's women be mine? At that time, you'll just be a plaything under this prince. This prince wants to see what the consequences are. Wei Wang stood up and walked over to the two palace maids. Since Her Majesty doesn't mind, then this prince will accept them. Seeing Wei Wang approaching, the two kneeling maids seemed to be stunned. They looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Then they looked back at the Empress as if asking for help. Who knew that Peiman was expressionless, as if she didn't see what was happening in front of her. Wei Wang, don't be rash, we are. The older of the two said in a hurry. Who knew that halfway through, Wei Wang would flick his sleeve and cut her off. This prince is not interested in who you are. Even if you are the 7 fairies, you have to go back with this prince. He sneered as he reached out to grab the two maids' hands. The two palace maids exclaimed and instinctively wanted to dodge to the side. Who knew that after kneeling for so long, the moment they stood up, their legs would go numb and they immediately fell to the ground. Wei Wang laughed sinisterly and took the opportunity to grab the two maids' chests. His actions were extremely obscene. Song Qingshu frowned and was hesitating if he should secretly teach this absurd prince a lesson. But he was also worried that the yellow-shirted woman would see something. He looked back and was shocked to see that the yellow-shirted woman was biting her lips and trembling. Her fingers were clenched so tightly that they were turning white. Why is her reaction so big? Is it natural for women to not be able to see such obscene methods? Song Qingshu was confused. Die, pervert! Who knew that at this moment, the yellow-shirted woman would suddenly shout angrily and stab at Wei Wang with her sword. Damn! Song Qingshu was instantly dumbfounded. Wasn't she here to look for the Empress? Why did she run off to assassinate Wei Wang? She usually didn't look like such an impulsive person. The people below were clearly frightened by the sudden appearance of the yellow-shirted woman. A group of palace maids and eunuchs screamed and scattered to the side, leaving only Wei Wang in the middle of the arena. It was as if he was scared silly. Looking at the sword that was getting closer and closer, he couldn't even move a finger. Just as the yellow-shirted woman was about to stab Wei Wang, a shout suddenly came from the side, "You're courting death!" The bodyguard that had been following Wei Wang blocked the yellow-shirted woman's sword with his saber. The bodyguard protected Wei Wang behind him. He raised his saber and attacked the yellow-clothed woman's body. In a flash, the two of them exchanged more than 10 moves. Song Qingshu was secretly shocked. This bodyguard looked very ordinary before, but he didn't expect him to be such a top expert. The yellow-shirted woman was actually gradually falling into a disadvantage. Even though she was injured, looking at the bodyguard's cultivation, even if the yellow-shirted woman wasn't injured, she might not be able to gain any advantage. At this time, The bodyguards outside the hall also rushed in. First, they protected Empress Peiman. Then, a portion of them split up and secretly surrounded the two people fighting in the middle. Seeing that more and more bodyguards were surrounding her, the yellow-shirted woman was secretly anxious. She knew that the situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for her. She wanted to leave, but the nameless bodyguard was very difficult to deal with. She tried to rush out several times, but was blocked by him. After a few rounds, she became more and more passive. Song Qingshu hid on the beam and narrowed his eyes. Although he didn't understand why the yellow-shirted woman was so impulsive, he couldn't let her be captured by the Jin Kingdom's bodyguards. However, whether it was the nameless bodyguard or the yellow-shirted woman, they were both experts. If he interfered, it would be difficult for him to not be discovered. Seeing Wei Wang not far away from the two of them, Song Qingshu had an idea. He flicked his finger and a wisp of sword qi shot towards Wei Wang. Ah! Wei Wang suddenly let out an earth-shattering scream. When the nameless bodyguard heard Wei Wang's scream, he couldn't help but be shocked. He took the opportunity to look back and saw that Wei Wang was covering his ears. There was still blood seeping out from between his fingers. He didn't know where he was injured. How could he be in the mood to care about the yellow-shirted woman? He quickly flew to Wei Wang's side and asked, "Your Highness, are you all right?" How could the yellow-shirted woman let go of such a good opportunity? Her figure flashed and she flew out of the hall. The other bodyguards couldn't stop her. The yellow-shirted woman jumped a few times and quickly disappeared into the distance. When she left, she looked back at the Empress' bedroom in confusion. Just now there was clearly someone secretly helping her, but she didn't notice that there was someone else hiding in the hall. Could it be that the hidden expert's martial arts had reached such a high level? Or could it be someone from the Empress' side? In the hall, Wei Wang's wounds had already been bandaged. At this time, how could he still be in the mood to flirt with the two little palace maids? He sneered at the Empress and said, "Hee, luckily Imperial Father was worried that something would happen to this prince and assigned this shadow guard to this prince. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I wouldn't be able to step out of this room alive today." Empress Peiman replied indifferently, "From Wei Wang's words, could it be that you think that this assassin was sent by me? Whether it was or not, your Highness knows very well in your heart." Wei Wang sneered. If this Empress remembers correctly, that assassin just shouted, "Die, pervert," right? Furthermore, the assassin was a woman. Could it be that His Highness had gotten himself involved in some sort of romantic debt? Empress Peiman's voice turned cold. "Speaking of which, this Empress has yet to pursue the matter of your Highness provoking the assassin." "You!" Wei Wang suddenly stood up. The shadow guard behind him hurriedly stopped him and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, there was an assassin in the palace previously. This woman today seems to be similar to the description of the assassin a few days ago." Wei Wang frowned. "All right, this prince will investigate this matter clearly today. Someone, bring the guard in front of the hall, Wanyan Tessie, to this prince." There was an assassin in the Empress' bedroom, and it even involved Wei Wang. Wanyan Tessie, who was in charge of the palace's defense, had already rushed over. Not long after, he ran in. "This lowly servant Wanyan Tessie greets Your Highness the Empress and Your Highness the Prince of Wei." End of this chapter. Chapter 753. Song Qing looked down and saw that the person who came in had square eyes, a wide nose, and a fierce face. The most eye-catching thing was the long scar near his eye. This person was very famous in the capital, and even Song Qing had heard of some of his deeds. It was said that this scar was caused by an assassin when he was saving Jin Shizong. "Wanyan Tessie, what are you doing as the inspector of the palace? The assassin has sneaked into the Empress's bedroom and even tried to assassinate me." Wei Wang pointed at the scar on his face and roared at Wanyan Tessie. Wanyan Tessie hurriedly knelt on the ground, and cold sweat dripped down his face. "Please forgive me, Your Highness Wei Wang, please forgive me. This female assassin's martial arts are too high. Previously, we gathered the strength of many masters and even asked the chief steward to seriously injure her. We thought that she had taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Who knew that she would be so bold and still dare to stay in the palace? Forgive me?" The King of Wei was enraged. "You want to forgive me for such a big mistake and that's it? If something were to happen to this prince today, how many lives do you have to compensate for it?" Someone, flog Wanyan Tessie 80 times. Everyone looked at each other. If an ordinary person was flogged 80 times, he would probably go straight to hell. Even if Wanyan Tessie had martial arts, he would still be half dead after being flogged 80 times. More importantly, Wanyan Tessie was the inspector of the palace, the general of the palace guards, and in charge of the entire imperial army. His identity was not to be trifled with. How could he be flogged so easily? Wei Wang saw that no one moved after he gave the order, and couldn't help but sneer. "What? Do you want to rebel? You don't even listen to my orders?" At this point, Wanyan Tessie saw that there was no way to settle things peacefully. He had to bite the bullet and stand up. "Please forgive me for being rude. My identity is special, and I am directly commanded by the Emperor. I don't need to listen to other people's orders. I will definitely give Your Highness an explanation for today's matter. Now I have to go and catch the assassin. Please forgive me for not accompanying you." At this time, Wanyan Tessie was also secretly angry. With his identity, everyone in the capital treated him with respect. Today, he was humiliated by a young boy. At the same time, he was also very clear that he was the Emperor's confidant. Wei Wang had tried to entice him several times, but he didn't respond. Instead, he was close to the Emperor's younger brother, Chongqing Prince Wanyan Yuan. Wei Wang and Chongqing Prince Wanyan Yuan had always been at odds, so it was natural that Wei Wang hated him. Now, Wei Wang was likely to use this as a pretext to get rid of him. He couldn't be so stupid. He had to deal with this matter first, and when the Emperor and Chongqing Prince heard this, they would naturally protect him. Seeing the conflict between Wanyan Tessie and Wei Wang, Pei Man, who was not far away, remained expressionless. However, the slight smile on her face betrayed her true feelings. "Make a scene, the bigger the better." Prince Wei took out something from his bosom and waved it in the air. "Wanyan Tessie, don't you think that only Imperial Father can deal with you? Open your dog eyes wide and see what this thing is. Open your dog eyes and see what this is." Song Qingzong, who was on the beam, was hurt by the shining golden token in his hand. When everyone saw the token in his hand, their expressions changed. They all knelt on the ground. "Long live the Emperor!" Song Qing saw that even Empress Pei Man stood up and saluted. He was shocked. He carefully looked at the token in Wei Wang's hand. It was a gold medal the size of a palm. The words, "Regal Propria," were engraved on it. Beside it there were a few small words. They should be Jurchen characters. Unfortunately, Song Qing didn't understand them. These Jurchen are really quick to become Chinese. Even Regal Propria is here. Song Qing secretly complained. Actually, he didn't understand. It was just a broken token. How could it be so powerful? If they really wanted to rebel, even if the Emperor came, he would be killed. Seeing that even the Empress was kneeling in front of him, Wei Wang was proud. "Men, take Wanyan Tessie away and give him a good beating." "Yes." This time, none of the soldiers dared to refuse. They went forward to take Wanyan Tessie. Wanyan Tessie shook off the guards that surrounded him. "Wanyan Tessie, are you trying to rebel?" Wei Wang was furious. Song Qing, who was watching from the beam, secretly shook his head. He had already sensed that Wei Wang and Wanyan Tessie were obviously not on good terms, so he wanted to take this opportunity to mess with him. However, in Song Qing's eyes, Wanyan Tessie's actions were nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum. Other than letting him vent his anger, there was no benefit in doing so. Instead, he had completely provoked a heavyweight enemy like Wanyan Tessie. If it was a mature politician, he would either not do it or go to the extreme. Since he had the gold medal in his hand, he could take advantage of Wanyan Tessie's resistance just now and directly charge him with crimes such as rebellion, great disobedience, etc., and behead him on the spot to prevent future troubles. In the end, Prince Wei could only flaunt his prowess here. It was really endless trouble. After dealing with Wanyan Tessie, Wei Wang turned to Empress Pei Man and said coldly, "Your Highness, the guards outside the palace didn't even know that an assassin had entered your palace. Your Highness, these guards have neglected their duties and should be replaced." After he finished speaking, he turned around. "Men, throw all the guards on duty in Taiha Palace into prison. Change all the palace maids and eunuchs in Taiha Palace. I will personally choose who to replace them." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around. "Guards, throw all the guards on duty in the Hall of Peace and Harmony into the heavenly prison. Change all the palace maids and eunuchs in the Hall of Peace and Harmony as well." Empress Pei Man's expression changed slightly. "This empress is used to having these personal servants by my side. They are very familiar with this empress' hobbies and habits and are very considerate in ordering them around. Your Highness does not need to worry about them." Wei Wang looked deeply at her. After a moment of silence, he suddenly burst into laughter. How could Ben Wang refuse Nyang Nyang's small request? Song Qing secretly thought that this Wei Wang was not too much of an idiot. He used this as a pretext to change the guards of Hall of Tai He with his own people. And because there was an assassin in her own palace, the Empress could only take a step back. From now on, Hall of Tai He could be said to be completely under Wei Wang's control. Every move of the Empress could not escape Wei Wang's discerning eyes. "I will go and see how that servant Wanyan Tessie is doing. I will not disturb your Highness's rest." Wei Wang had won a great victory today. At this moment, he felt like he was floating as he walked. As for the two beautiful palace maids that he had taken a fancy to after the disturbance caused by the assassin today, he had lost interest. Anyway, Taiha Palace was under his control now. These two palace maids would be his sooner or later. He wasn't in a hurry. After Wei Wang left, Song Qing continued to hide on the beam for a while. He wanted to see if he could get any useful information from the Empress. However, Empress Pei Man didn't show any emotion, perhaps because she was worried that Wei Wang's people were all around. Seeing that he couldn't hear anything valuable, Song Qing took advantage of the chaos in Taiha Palace and left quietly. After coming out of Taiha Palace, Song Qing hesitated for a moment and decided to go back to his residence in Xiaoxing Kingdom. As he expected, the yellow-robed woman came back here. Song Qing cursed in his heart. Did this woman really treat this place as her home? Fortunately, he wasn't a real eunuch. Otherwise, if the fact that he was harboring an assassin was exposed, would the 9 generations of the eunuchs still exist? How did you come out? At this moment, the yellow-robed woman was half leaning on the bed. Her pretty face was pale. When she saw Song Qing come back, she couldn't help but be shocked. "Heroine, aren't you too heartless?" Song Qing wanted to sit on the bed but was glared at by the yellow-robed woman. He had no choice but to pull a stool over. Fortunately, Taiha Palace was extremely chaotic at that time, so I was able to sneak out. Otherwise, if they found out that I was the one who brought the assassin there, even 10 heads wouldn't be enough to chop off. The yellow-robed woman showed an apologetic expression. "Actually, I was planning to wait for the limelight to pass before coming to save you. I didn't expect you to slip out by yourself." I seem to remember that I sealed your acupoint?" A suspicious expression immediately appeared on her face. Song Qing answered unhurriedly, "I don't know what happened either. At that time, I suddenly felt numb at the back of my waist. Then, I found that I could move my body. It seems that there was an expert hiding in the palace at that time. The yellow-robed woman had been suspicious before. Now that she heard his words, she was even more convinced. I don't know if he was an enemy or a friend. Song Qing laughed. I heard you say that it was fortunate that that person secretly saved you, that you were able to escape. That proves that person is definitely not an enemy. And that's what I thought too. The yellow-robed woman nodded. At first, I was still guessing if he was one of the Empress people. But from the way he let you go, it shouldn't be. I say, heroine, you should worry more about yourself. Your face is as white as if you've had your period for a month. If you don't take supplements, I'm afraid you'll die at any time. Song Qing had long noticed that she was seriously injured. She had just fought with the experts under Wei Wang's command. Even an Iron Man couldn't hold on. Shouldn't you be happy that I'm dead? At that time, no one will force you to do this and that. The yellow-robed woman had just said a few words when she couldn't help but cough again. Right, what is period? Period means that there's a wound on the body that won't stop bleeding. Song Qing didn't dare to explain in detail to her. He hurriedly changed the topic. Of course, I don't want to see anything happen to heroine. If heroine dies, no one will unseal the acupuncture points on my body. Won't I die with heroine? You, little eunuch, have guts. The yellow-robed woman scolded with a smile. Don't worry. When my injury is healed, I will unseal your acupuncture point. In the future, I won't force you to do anything. Ah, everyone is a pitiful person. Song Qing heard this and secretly curled his lips. He thought, you are a national beauty and your martial arts are high. Pretending to be a pitiful person in front of a crippled and weak little eunuch, isn't it pretentious? Drip, 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 eh? Song Qing looked behind her. What's that sound? Chapter 754. It turned out that although the yellow-robed woman had successfully rushed out of the encirclement in the chaos, the palace guards were not weak. Although their lightness skills could not catch up with her, they still had bows and crossbows in their hand. The yellow-robed woman's body technique was excellent, so she successfully avoided most of them, but she still could not avoid all of them. After returning to the residence of Xingguo, the yellow-robed woman had planned to use her internal energy to force the arrowhead out. Unfortunately, she was seriously injured and the genuine qi she could use was limited. Moreover, there were barbs on the arrowhead. Every time she tried to use her internal energy, the wound would hurt so much that she almost fainted. She did not dare to continue. Because the arrowhead was still in her body, it was difficult to stop the bleeding even if the acupoints were sealed. The blood flowed along the wound and dripped onto the bed, making a dripping sound that Song Qingshu could hear. Hearing the yellow-robed woman's words, Song Qingshu had a strange expression on his face. I'm afraid that's not very good. Men and women should not touch each other. I'm worried that it will affect your reputation. What do you mean by men and women should not touch each other? You are obviously a... The yellow-robed woman almost fainted with anger. She had finally summoned the courage to ask him for help, but she did not expect this response. If a man were here, he would definitely not refuse like him. Of course, if it were a man, she would rather die than let him help her. Since you don't mind, I'll help you. Song Qingshu added, let me tell you in advance that this is your own request. You are not allowed to settle accounts with me in the future. The yellow-robed woman only thought that he was afraid of being silenced. She was angry and amused. Don't worry, I won't settle accounts with you in the future. Turn around and let me have a look. As Song Qingshu ordered, he took care of water and gauze. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. He had been in this martial arts world for a long time, and he often encountered such situations. Practice makes perfect, and he almost became a surgeon. The yellow-robed woman slowly turned around with her lips tightly closed. It was obvious that she had endured great pain. Song Qingshu looked at her back and saw that the wound was near the junction of her shoulder blade and ribs. The arrow had been broken by her, leaving only a small part of the arrowhead in her flesh. The clothes near the wound had been soaked with blood and stuck tightly to her body. Without saying a word, Song Qingshu directly tore the clothes on her back. The yellow-robed woman seemed to be scalded by boiling water. She immediately pulled the quilt next to her and covered her back with it. She got up and looked at him in shock and anger. "What are you doing?" She was already injured, and such a big movement aggravated the arrow wound on her back. She couldn't help but let out a cry and almost fainted. Song Qingshu said helplessly, "Heroine, if I don't tear off the clothes on your back, how can I take out the arrowhead for you?" The yellow-robed woman's sharp eyes gradually softened, and a trace of red appeared on her pale face. "But is there a need to tear so much of your clothes? I just tore it casually. It's obvious that the material of your clothes is not good." Seeing her murderous eyes, Song Qingshu hurriedly said, "Okay, Miss Yang, you don't have to react so much. I'm a eunuch anyway." "Sometimes I really wonder if you are a eunuch." The yellow-robed woman looked at him with hatred. "If Miss Yang doesn't believe me, you can check it yourself." Song Qingshu replied with a smile, and at the same time, he intentionally or unintentionally lifted his leg. "Bah, shameless." The yellow-robed woman had already experienced his shamelessness, so she was not as angry as before. "Female hero, you'd better continue to lie on the bed. If you don't take out the arrowhead, you won't have the strength to scold me when the blood drains." Song Qingshu reached out to help her. When his hand touched her shoulder, the yellow-robed woman's body stiffened, and she hurriedly said, "I'll do it myself." After that, she struggled to lie down again and buried her head in the quilt. Her expression could not be seen. Song Qingshu lifted the quilt on her back and clearly felt the yellow-robed woman's whole body tremble again. Looking at the large snow-white skin in front of him, he could not help but say, "Female hero, if I see your body, you won't kill me afterward, right?" "Shut up, help me take out the arrowhead." The yellow-robed woman was so angry that she almost fainted. If there was no other way, she really wanted to end this damn eunuch's life with a sword. Okay, then you have to bear with it." Song Qingshu finally became serious. He first took the knife to the fire to warm it, and then carefully began to cut the wound on her back. The yellow-robed woman was in so much pain that cold sweat suddenly appeared on her face. She unconsciously grabbed onto Song Qingshu's hand next to her. Song Qingshu was startled at first, but he quickly understood that she was in too much pain, so he let her grab his hand. As he continued to treat the wound, he thought to himself, "Fortunately, I'm not an ordinary person. Otherwise, if you grabbed my hand, how could I help you take out the arrowhead?" Seeing her struggling to endure the pain, Song Qingshu could not help but feel a trace of pity in his heart. He gently patted the back of her hand to comfort her. Who knew that the yellow-robed woman would subconsciously grab his hand? "Okay, the arrowhead is out." After an unknown amount of time, Song Qingshu finally let out a sigh of relief. In ancient times, Guan Yu scraped the bones to cure poison. Today, I see the female Guan Yu. It really is an eye-opener. "Bah, you're the female Guan Yu." The yellow-robed woman was so angry that she laughed. This little eunuch did not have the slightest bit of knowledge in his chest, but he insisted on being elegant and quoting from the classics. In the end, he ended up being neither fish nor fowl. Of course the female hero is not Guan Yu. Guan Yu's face is not so white. Song Qingshu laughed. "But female hero, can you let go of my hand? I still have to apply medicine for you." Only then did the yellow-robed woman realize that she had been holding his hand. What made her blush even more was that their fingers were intertwined. She hurriedly shook his hand off. Song Qingshu smiled and did not mind. As he applied medicine for her, he teased, "Come to think of it, this is already the second time I've treated a young lady's injury. Female hero, although your martial arts are high, you still have to be careful. If you get injured a few more times, I might see your entire body. The yellow-robed woman's eyebrows rose. She knew that while his words were not serious, he was still concerned about her. She did not get angry. She only coldly said, "This lady's matters do not need a little eunuch like you to worry about. Hey, what medicine are you applying on me?" She suddenly realized that the other did not use the Jinchuang medicine she had provided. Song Qinshu took the medicine bottle and shook it in front of her. "Of course it's good medicine. With this medicine you will recover quickly. Also, after the wound heals, it will not leave a scar. Young lady, you are so beautiful. If you leave a scar on your body, I'm afraid your future husband will die of heartache." Bah, what husband, what a mess! Although the yellow-robed woman's words were not polite, it was a woman's nature to love beauty. She hesitated for a moment and let him use her medicine. "How can a little eunuch like you have such good medicine?" Song Qinshu unhurriedly replied, "Did you forget that I am a big favorite of the Empress? This medicine was given to me by the Imperial Hospital." "So that's how it is." The yellow-robed woman couldn't help but nod. "Miss, you should stay here and recuperate. I have to go back to the palace. In a bit, I will have the Imperial kitchen prepare something to nourish the blood and bring it to the door. Miss, eat more." Song Qinshu treated her wounds and stood to leave. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.